जाएगा
वो
फिर हो जाएगा
फाइनल्स है फाइनल्स है
अरे फाइनल
Big
चल
chances of that.
क्या हुआ
सेंटिनल्स ले जाएगी खींच जाएगी सेंटिनल्स
देखते हैं अभी
अरे नहीं
कह
बेकार
नहीं
है
सकते
सेंटिनल
कह नहीं सकते भाई सेंटिनल्स पिछली बार जीती थी इस बार
बेकार
G2 वापस कमबैक वाला मोड पे
पिछले में कितना 13 और 8 था भाई 10 था कितना था स्कोर
हु इज zellsis नाइस पता नहीं ले चल मैं स्ट्रीम
And
चालू
I've
कर
got
दी
to
मैं
imagine
चाहता
the
हूँ ठीक है
Sentinels have
दर्श
got more in the bag than just
Bye,
that. Their
Bye-bye.
Haven has looked remarkably good. Remember that this used to be a permaban map for Sentinels at the start of the year. If any map has showcased their growth, it's this one.
Again, that same emphasis being
Nice.
placed in through garage. Bullets raining down. Leaf has got to dodge and weave. He's alive for now.
And Leaf is just kind of guessing where he should be putting the wall. You know, should it go over towards C? Should it go over towards B? Maybe even to supplement things in garage for information.
Nice.
I do like that he's crossed back over onto the other side. Got flushed out of that position by the recon, and now they're trying to clear Jorg, but he's not been caught by the drone.
It's an off angle. Look up through A long. That drone is going to be putting a bit of pressure now applied over towards zellsis. You might see that strike from behind once more, but Leaf, very forward angle. Yuto's going to be skipping right past him along with the players and the bodies. Might just be dropping and toppling. Valin is caught in a corner, stunned up. Oh my god! Aftershock is just going to be rinsing him. Jonah P sidestep and good with the crosshair placement. Able to return with that fire once more, straight down. They cut Jonah P! Offloading all sorts of bullets and
Nice
just
round.
dropping the round in the lap of G2.
And Valen will be very happy that the rest of his team bailed him out of that situation. Bit of an embarrassing
Did he
spot
stun
for him to be
himself?
in. He did. He Astra stunned himself. He thought that the rest of the team was starting to get in for Sentinels. Chose to try to make sure everybody was stunned there rather than let them through the choke point, but got caught by an aftershock. Nonetheless, incredible awareness from Jonah P. And actually, Valen's done his job in that round by calling to have a triple stack in garage because he got the read. And again, that round just kind of typifies everything Valen's been talking about recently, focusing on himself as a leader rather than a player. What matters it if he's stunned, if he makes the right call?
The round goes the way of G2 here. Again, a bit of an exchange of the fire. Just trying to earn up the orbs here. zellsis' job is to try and contain a bit of presence over towards A long. That re-clear attempt by G2 went a bit missing.
And recall that Jorgamo got the push out through A lobby last time, so zellsis might be feeling a bit more pressure than usual to make sure that he stays boxed inside.
A flash play here, Zekken going to be inserted.
But all of this a feint, but a feint with two important players for Sen.
Davos and the stun as well. Great crosshair placement though. Zekken, Jorgamo getting one as well for his troubles, and he backs himself out of there on top of it. And it has pulled a bit of the attention away here. G2 are quite scattered in terms of the defensive setup. And Valin, luckily with the Thorns by his side as well. Those are going to be detonated by Leaf, so it has slowed down the approach by Sentinels, but they do have 40 seconds left to play with. And this game of cat and mouse has just gone the wrong way, but Leaf is absolutely going to be reciprocating. That's a Steel Garden expecting an instant response, but Senna slowed themselves.
And here's Jorgamo with this late round re-push. They're so confident right now, G2. Clearing out, Valin walking down mid. They've got great information that this is going to be ending C, but Leaf cannot die. Sen need to root him out.
It's a flurry of bullets. Leaf is barely alive. He's going to be limping towards the back of the side if he wants to try and make a play to push this one back here, but seconds to spare. Sen get themselves into the post plan at least, and G2 have that discipline, waiting for the smokes to dissipate. Valin earns himself two, still Leaf back against the wall. He's got to know roughly the position of Zekken. Isolated into the 1v1, all for the ace. Dodging, sliding off to the side. Oh, to sprint it! And an ace is his!
Zekken has been a force of nature sweeping through this bracket recently. And they needed that. 5 kills. The fake over towards A long where he collects the first. Coming back in to make sure that his team is bailed out of a tricky situation. A clutch, an ace. Spectacular individual performance.
Come on, baby, come on, come on, come on.
That individual decision making. Just excellency on display there for the iBuyPower ace. Seeing it slow down here for the opening. G2, weapons to work with.
Bro, G2 is super good.
Zekken just posted up, outlaw in hand.
Keeps all of that momentum going with an early pick.
Go, go, go.
stun to try to re-clear from G2, but they don't have the weaponry really to fight this. They don't have the armor to fight this either. Everyone at G2 has been extremely confident in re-pushing out on defense. And Sen feel like they've got the read now. They're holding, waiting for the play.
Taking point is Jonah P, but well, Trent was supposed to be the backup.
Nice!
He was the first to fall in that squad. zellsis. Quick dismissal down towards short here. A lot of the danger around is going to be gone here for G2, so desperation is what's called for. But it should be locked up here for Sentinels, nice and pretty now, 3-3.
And the more this goes on, maybe the more that John will start to get a read on what G2 has been doing on this defense. I think the macro overall has still been going the way of G2. They've been mixing things up really nicely, but Second's ace has turned the tide of this map, brought Sentinels level at 3-3, and given John more time to be able to figure out what's going on. You see on this eco how patient they were. If they can bring that into rifle rounds as well, I think they'll have a lot of success. It's hard for them to necessarily figure it out, but from our point of view, we can see there's constant pushing from the defenders. And G2 themselves are going to be taking a tactical timeout here. Josh RT wanting to make an adjustment.
You can call for the adjustments themselves as well, but sitting at the top of the scoreboard is
Chalo, timeout mein pani bhar ga.
8-3. You called it, Josh. You know the difference maker being that ace that he
managed
to earn, the momentum on the side of Sentinels here.
Oh my god, Niga, you are Ascendant too. Oh my god, man, carry me to Ascendant 1 at least.
हमारा IGL टैक्सीज में आ रहे क्या?
नहीं पता नहीं, डेक्सिस में चले गए तो अपने दोनों देखते ना, मैं डिस्कॉर्ड पे लाइव करूं?
डेक्सिस भाई क्या बोलता?
20 वर्ष में से એટલે
ले डेक्सिस में 22 के ले लगा दिया है,
which is crazy.
3 हो गया, 3 हो गया.
You know, maybe
टाइम आउट लिया.
there's a lot of people out there that might disagree with it, but it was possible.
आया मैं पानी
But
भर
what
के.
was the
Entertain my
actual
stream तब
difference?
तक.
It was getting everyone on the same page. It was
What's
making
up,
sure that you
guys?
integrated those new
I know
players,
there's no one watching.
Bang, narrate, and got everybody aligned with a vision. And I think now that you see Sentinels in that kind of form, well, now you just see the best out of the individuals too.
Yeah, Sentinels that's potentially more than the sum of their parts.
Now, what is the adjustment that Josh RT has called coming out of this? I'm looking at Valen deep in spawn. He's maybe anticipating Bang to go for an Omen ult play and getting ready to break it. But it doesn't look like Sentinels are going to be running one of their set tactics off the rip. And at some point, Valen's got to try to actually pick up an area of the map to hold instead of just waiting in spawn for the Omen ult.
Just a bit of poking and prodding though from Sentinels, making sure they can clear up the util. The wall going down is a bit dire for G2.
Oh my god.
They're missing some of that information.
Hey, G2 beat
But they've
MIB.
got incredible retake ultimates and they're going for the push down mid.
Yeah, this is reactionary. They need to know where Sentinels are lying in wait.
And good patience from Sen, bringing all of that patience from the anti-eco into the rifle round. They've now denied that little info play that G2 were going for, and they can now start to go into their own execute.
Zekin already ready हुआ, पहले blink मतलब blink क्या बोलते हैं, Zekin ready हुआ sprint करके कि slide मारेगा और जैसे call आया ना 3, 2, 1 blinding तब जाके हुआ है.
हाँ.
ये देख.
They're pushing up right behind them here. Potential to catch a timing against them, but it's an open sight.
Jonah P करेगा. Fuck.
We're seeing it's an attempt to flood back in, but the players aren't really in position to try and do so. Rolling Thunder expended on either side here. Does push back CT. G2 can't really make a go of things here with a Hunter's Fury on top of it. Might be a cherry on top here, but still G2 are going to be drawing that blood. Leaf finds that opening, looking for a little bit more here. Armageddon is all being laid down on top. Sen posturing, trying to offer themselves up here in the raid. Has got so much.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Well, G2 play right now. The Sen players are pulling out ridiculous rounds. Round 5 and round 7. I think G2.
भाई क्या हुआ रहा?
What does it matter if Zekin and Narrate are on?
क्या हुआ? क्या हुआ अर्णव?
ओ भाई कुछ नहीं कर रहा, मैं छोटे भाई का एक्सप्लेन कर रहा हूँ.
ओ wrap it up bro, wrap it up. रुक जा मैं तेरी
My
volume बढ़ा.
god bro. What the heck man. That was good.
This is how this match
But मैं सोचा था bang मारेगा, मार्शल क्योंकि अच्छा इतने टाइम से अच्छा नहीं खेल रहा है.
Because G2 have had the read. They know what's going on. They set up for the retake.
In terms of macro, they've had a better idea
Yeah,
of what's going on here.
John Kitty को वापस
It
outlaw
doesn't
पकड़ा
matter.
दिया entry करना है तो।
Famously, you get shot, you die.
Exactly, the hero plays from Sentinels, that
आवाज कितना आती है
extra element.
कौन है?
And they do hit hard, these players, when they come online.
भाई heroics निकाल रहे हैं यार ये लोग तो.
Towards the seaside.
Sen is
elsewhere, Sentinels
known
set
for
their
that.
sights, and again, the weakened weapon, your G2, going to be a bit of a problem for them. They are trying to pile in with a couple of the bodies out towards the back, though. Zekken not to be denied.
Nice!
My God,
Taking a risk,
Zekken.
dodging
Zek.
all sorts of util
Come
coming
on,
his way.
एक और.
He's looking
Oh.
for more. Jorgamo
One
earns
net
himself
bang,
a
nice.
bang is so
is there
fast
for
to
the
respond.
trade. Yes.
Oh my God,
so
guys.
tight with
these
Zekken,
two-
isn't
You
he?
guys play a
Trying to
different
develop
game.
that 1-2 synergy that you need.
Oh my God,
And he's
bang अलग
inside the
खेल रहा है
smoke,
अपना.
मैं
locking
वही
it
तो बोल
down.
रहा हूँ अब ये देख
Sentinels have been clean on the anti-ecos. They forced
और
out
ये
2
देख
of them with
awareness देख
absurd
वो बंदे को
rifle
मालूम चल गया
wins
भले
and
शेरिफ
aces
उसमें वो
and
ईगो
clutches.
पीक नहीं कर
Now
रहा
Trent,
सेफ आया
last
पहले
player
ठीक है.
alive, caught, bang to rights.
And even the
Sen.
little things
Let's
there, I
go,
think,
Sen.
John,
Ah,
not
Senti-
overheating.
Sentinel jersey
Even though it's
पहले.
a 1v4 in ad spot, Trent
क्या?
still respecting their
Sen jersey
opponents.
पहन
He's
के आया
waiting
मेरे
for the garage control.
मेरे तो धोने गई है.
अरे
Instilling
मैंने
that
सूटकेस
discipline
में
at the
रख दी
right
थी
times,
मैं
not
भी
getting
आया
carried away.
पहन के
This is
तो
the Sentinels team that
हाँ.
they don't want to be denied that trophy a second time this year.
Nice, boys.
And when you're winning rounds like this, it sounds calm from Zellsis, doesn't it? I'm sure the adrenaline's flooding through them when they watch what Zekken and Narrate have been able to do, but here's another rifle round. Another opportunity, though, for G2's economy to be broken. That's how Sen are going to be looking at things. A feign at a quick garage take. The recon dart, I think, might have missed there. Could be wrong. But Zekken doesn't seem confident in terms of stepping in and triggering the vice wall, which Leaf has now rotated. Hasn't usually been in garage, so that staying up is going to give them quite a bit of peace of mind. And all the time, G2 are rotating the defensive setup. They haven't been running this before with Jorgamo holding C. It's
I
allowed
am
both
back,
initiators to be
bitches.
on A.
Full screen कर.
Oh, jiggle for the
यस फुल स्क्रीन नहीं है
नहीं नहीं था.
फुल स्क्रीन ही था
Valorant,
अच्छा
Trent,
अरे मैं
OBS देख
डिस्कॉर्ड
रहा
पे
था.
हाँ
potentially
OBS पे
could
था
have
ना
been really tested.
ये
That
देख
spot
I
for
am
Sentinels are
back
moving into a
अरे
different
हाँ,
spot.
दिखा मेरे
Direction
को.
here, and it's a re-clear called. But
Oh,
it's starting inside.
shit.
There it is.
The reclears are
Trent is
really
me,
good
man.
from G2. They're
Yeah,
constantly
Trent
getting
is so you.
information. Again, though, I come back to the same thing. It hasn't mattered in the late round because someone on Sen turns
Dick.
up.
Zekken causing all sorts of pressure. Jorgamo taking a cheeky peek out through the double doors, and the rate has fallen. 3v5 situation now for them, and
Oh,
look, plays
hell
called
no.
for bang, clean.
Valiant
It's
कौन
all
सा angle देख
watched
रहा था?
for.
And if there was going to be somebody who could step up again for Sen, I think it would have been Bang in this round.
वाईटी भी
Got
देखो
an
क्या बैक करके
opportunity
भी
in
देख
on A.
पाएंगे
If
अपन
he'd won that duel
नहीं
against
नहीं
Valid,
चलेगा इस पे.
they would have been able to get a free
ट्विच पे
plant
क्वालिटी बेटर
and
आती
a
है वाईटी
3v4 post plant.
हाँ इसलिए.
Now, things are looking
Oh, they
almost
know it's a
impossible
A
for
push.
Sentinels.
हाँ वो तो
The
ऑफ कोर्स
clock's
होगा
against them, the numbers are against them.
मरा मरा
Surely
मरा.
it's
नहीं,
around
बच
where
गया.
G2 can stabilize.
Low
वो
to the
एक और
floor
ले
here,
लिया
just a
Valorant.
second
कूद
left to
जाएगा
stand
कूद
against it.
जाएगा.
Being offered a shoulder or
नहीं
two, but
कूदेंगे
the
तो
round's
नहीं
already going to be lost,
they are
and
super
G2 know it.
disciplined
Playing this one back. Waiting the timeout here.
nice
Slow burn of a round, but G2 really were just picking apart Sen. Zekken
भाई Zekken ने
staying
kill
alive,
भी
not
ले
about
लिया.
too much. The money is still honestly golden for Sen.
Round 10, and I think John Cutie at this point has enough data, enough evidence
ओए
to
ये भी
realize
5
how
4
much
to 3 पे खेलते
G2 are re-clearing.
सारे
The
players
fact that you're constantly in
Valorant
retake
10,
seeing people behind
16
you,
to
or
10
you're in the
खेलता है,
post
या
plant, but
9.
you're seeing people retake on the flag. The fact that Zellsis got stun re-cleared in A short there, and you've caught them going for mid pushes in multiple rounds. I think you've got to get a read at this point, even with the limited information that the players have on stage.
हाँ,
that
नहीं, नहीं, नहीं,
G2
time
are
out
getting
लिया.
really, really active on defense side. So you've got a couple of options. Do you try to slam some fast executes? That's really tough into the vice. So I think Kaplan should be calling here for John to slow things down and try to catch G2 as they're going for these pushes.
You've seen it consistently, as you've already pointed out. I mean, G2 re-clearing, I should say. A short, sewers. It's one of the spots, the little peeks through mid. Slower game plan. Would work wonders, but the question is, are G2 going to anticipate that level of it as well? They're quite good at adapting to their opponents over the course of a map.
And if you're thinking about the ways that Sentinels might want to approach this next round,
भाई अब मैं Ascendant 2 हो गया मतलब मैं स्प्लिट के लिए हो गया ना
क्या split
eligible?
मतलब
वो खेलने के लिए जो भी बोलते हो
हाँ मैं नहीं हूँ अभी
Well, G2 have been putting 2, sometimes 3 players in garage.
Yeah.
So the
अंडा तू मेरे
rotating
अकाउंट से खेलना भाई
door of defensive strategies actually makes it quite tough to come up with a game plan here for Sen if you wanted to go fast.
Yeah, you are
That's
so
why I'm
much
suggesting
pro
a
player,
slower
bro.
approach.
Please carry
Valorant
me
again
till
is in spawn,
Ascendant.
waiting for Bang to teleport. He's convinced that at some point Bang is going to go for this round.
We're seeing it stun, conditioning at least to try and break some of this util out towards garage. The Thorns deathadder early here alongside the Flash and Zekken. Senses danger.
Jogger में ले लेगा इसको
Corner.
No
Nah.
open ultimate, so Bang goes and
Bang
reinforces
is better.
Jorgamo's position on C. And Sen
Bang,
are
bang.
playing a pretty slow
Jogger में like
default
clutch
heavy
player है
round,
भाई उनका
trying to bait these pushes
Trent
out.
है
I
वो
think.
They're not actually leaving somebody to see if there's
नहीं,
a walk
clutch
down
player
mid or
मतलब,
walk out garage. They're instead 5-person grouping up to try to hit A.
ज़्यादा बोलता नहीं है लेकिन अच्छा खेलता
Play
है
here. It's good that that one was broken as well. Has pulled
की player
presence,
कह रहा
no
हूँ key
bodies.
player
Starting to form up onto the side here for G2, and that information is there for Trent. Spots it.
ये तो मारेगा भाई अगर
Looking
स्टन
forward
होगा
to
तो
this
नहीं
retake
नहीं
ball,
नहीं
but will the timing be missed entirely? Zellsis is the first one to catch
Jonah
that.
भी
Jonah
Control
भी
it,
था ना?
stuns on util in their faces!
लेकिन मार
And
दिया दो
second, grabs himself two. Flash, not quite avoided, but a gate crash, okay, will lend you to safety. But Sentinels have access
भाई
to the site
ये
now.
सुन ना भाई ये
Oberon
लोग
is
के
flanked
मैं
around
योरू
from the
खेलता तो
flank,
भाई मेरे को तो
from
टीपी के
behind.
एनिमेशन में मार देते
They should know that Leaf's been going for this regularly.
मेरे
Already
और
wrap it
जॉगमो
up
के
towards
योरू
A
में
long
इतना
here,
कितना
just a bit
फर्क
of
है भाई
distraction plays being called for these
Bang
G2
मार
players
दिया
though. Stopped in their
मैंने बोला
tracks,
ना
and it's up to Leaf here from the side finally.
लीफ
Takes that
लीफ
time in the
मारेगा
strike
लीफ
here, but
मारेगा
a lot to deal with now if you are
Bang और
Leaf.
देख
It's a
डबल पिक
3-2-1 swing
oh my
from
go what
Sentinels.
coordination
Guides them to safety.
This is
A
what we
scrappy
need
affair,
पता है
but Sen get it across the line. This
और
time,
तू खेलने
not
वाला है
by
ना
any
प्रीमियर
individual hero, though you could give
I
credit
think
to
so.
Zekken for pulling off 2 in this spot.
I cannot
But
guarantee
it's
you
more to do
anything
with how they
नहीं तो
skirmished,
Monarch को
caught
बोल
those
देना
players on long, and then held good
तेरे
post-plant
अकाउंट से खेल
positions.
ले
Great synergy towards the end from John and Bang.
Let's go with me.
मुझे खेलना तो है
कल
2
5
more
बजे आना
rounds to be played on this half.
हाँ आ जाऊंगा
अगर मैं कॉलेज से आ गया तो मैं भी आ ही
And
जाऊंगा
Sentinels
नहीं तो मैं फोन से
all
attend
grouped up for a fast pop A.
There's 5 of them.
ये देखिए
Like, it could
कंट्रोल
be that
स्मोक
slow
दिया है
take that
अटैकर्स
they've
ने
been doing, at least with Zellsis' cage. Walking up alongside them here.
उनको लगेगा कि ये लोग
Trying to get a
शॉर्ट
jump
पे
spot,
क्रॉस
just
कर
saw
रहे हैं
John QT. Might
इसलिए वो लोग
realise
ये
this
स्मोक
time
देते हैं हमेशा
that it's serious pressure
कोई
coming in
इन्फो
his
नहीं रहता
direction.
क्रॉस
3
इनका
players stacking, Jorg with a teleport, he could be here in no time at all.
This is drone for that information. It's going to be broken down, and along with that fault line, it's going to be a wall up. It's used in
ओ भाई
response.
गया
Armageddon
जल
off to the
गया
side, and it just cleans up second. So road is paved up there, and still TP quick into the back, and
bang!
strikes back. Doubled up with the paranoia. Leaf has
Oh
to
my
be
God.
there.
Leaf
tried his best.
Instantaneous.
अरे वो
Finally cleans this
क्या
one up, and
बोलते
it
हैं
has caught for a pause. Salvos
प्राइमरी
forwards
जैम
the
हो गए
rate,
थे ना
but the guns were finally back in action. Rifles in their hands. Sentinels not to be outdone.
फिर तो क्लियर है
That play from Bang was absolutely sick, under so much pressure.
Never not smoked though. Still,
Oh
bodies
my
are going to be
God,
toppling.
Zellsis
regardless of
is
that one,
playing
it's all
too
left
good
towards
now.
Trent. Will he be given that opening? He's found the first.
Zekken
Stuns avoided.
Trent can still get this
Shots
man
rattled. He's got another
ना
Oh.
bro
With the time
सामने
taken there
जॉन
by
क्यूटी
John.
है भाई मेरी क्यूटी है
3-round lead for Sen.
And the play from Bang, it was superb. But even before that, Zekken goes in and gets caught by this ultimate, the Teo ult. And the rest of the team take
Just
the
see the
space,
snappy
actually,
aim, bro.
really nicely
ये लोग
behind
कैसे
a
shake होते हैं,
first
पता है?
opportunity.
ये
They
देख
don't get shaken. They play well within the chaos. What was
Nice, boys. Sean, what a play. Sean, what a play. You're so good.
It was an excellent play. Bang has added so much needed aggression alongside Zekken into this team.
हाँ भाई actually
now
Now,
this is
It's a bad buy
like
for G2. They're
G2
trying to
का
apply the
winnable
pressure
round
on
है
Zellsis
बताओ
here on his A default.
That's the final round of this first
G2
half.
is very bad on rifle round लेकिन very good on stinger round
Difference between 5-7.
हाँ भाई you can say that
It's quite
भाई G2
lot
से
in
मेरे
the
को
grand
G2
scheme
की
of
stinger से डर लगता है
भाई वो लोग एक राउंड हारते भी है ना फिर भी सारा स्टिंगर लेके पुश मार देते हैं
a lobby
वही
is
तो है
theirs.
बात ही
Sen
है
might be caught just unaware here. The
अरे
Candle.
then Sentinels know about it वो लोग बहुत cautious खेल रहे थे
Taps it around now and sees 3 players.
साथ में एकदम ग्रुप अप होके खेल रहे हैं उनको
Backs
पता है कि
though,
कहीं से
not
तो
really
पुश आ
watching,
रहा
not
है
really anticipating flash forwards. Everyone walking up onto these angles, and right from behind, this is it. Jorgamo's
no
time
trip at
to
all.
strike. Brings it through
ये
there.
कैसे
Leaves
हो
with the
सकता है
stinger in his
भाई?
hands. Bang,
देख,
wrapping
bang आ
around
गया।
now. He's
Trap
gonna
में
try
है।
and at least stop in there. Trans, what the hell happened there? Jorgamo. Someone taking a bullet to the brain, but Trent is there. At least with
Ike
the
नहीं
trade
हुआ,
this
चल,
entire time.
better.
Instead of being
भाई,
creeping
भाई मेरे को पता है
forwards,
मेन अभी लीफ से
crawling.
डर है।
And
लीफ
open
इज
access
वेरी
to the A
क्रैक्ड
side
राइट
is
नाउ।
what they've earned.
हाँ
ओए,
उसका
ये
aim
देख,
बहुत
Zellsis
good.
throws
ये
down that
देख तू
trip that I
सिर्फ
think he might
ए
have been
चले
wishing
गए
was on the
प्लांट
flank,
करने
and they've
और
inserted
सेकंड को
Zekin
छोड़ दे फॉर
deep
द लेट
into B.
फ्लैंक।
He's gonna get good information.
उसको पीक
They
नहीं देना
might
चाहिए
suspect
अभी
that
भाई।
somebody's
अभी
been
नहीं
पूरा
देगा
चेक
वो।
करेंगे। हाँ
But do they think it's gonna be the knee off?
ओके दे दिया।
Already
बट
coming
ओके
to
तीन
fruition
फ्लैंक
here,
है, तीनों
still.
फ्लैंक है शॉर्ट
Plays
पे।
off
Three v
the
three, you
flank.
can play
G2
heaven,
have
man.
much more control outside
ना
of
ना
that
हेवन
one.
खेलेगा मतलब
Sights
नहीं
being flipped
साइड ही खेलना
entirely here.
चाहिए।
Sentinel still in a good spot, and that's a stun for a stun and an ult expended.
नहीं।
Rolling thunder!
जॉन क्यूटी का
नीको
अल्ट्रा
में अल्ट मार दिया भाई, नीको में।
अरे तो लास्ट राउंड है।
Might earn himself another one. Jonah
Oh.
P is alive for now, but not for much longer. Zellsis and John have to join and combine their might to try and stand against this one.
नहीं बस साथ में मत खेलो भाई,
Already,
ट्रेंड
the heat's
वेरी
been turned up entirely.
No.
John can't deny it into the 1v1.
नहीं होगा, नहीं होगा।
Ooh, barely there for Trent, I think.
नहीं हो जाएगा।
हो गया,
वो नहीं
हो
होगा,
गया।
नहीं होगा।
It's gonna be on the wire.
हो गया 0.06।
0.06.
Oh my god, clutch player
And how
for real.
much did that breach ultimate end up meaning? Zekin getting breach ulted by his
और
own
मेरे को एक
team
चीज
wasn't
बताए, ये
able
लोग
to
एकदम राउंड
fight
मरते
them
ही या
properly over
राउंड
towards
होते ही ये
short.
म्यूट कर देते ऑडियो, ये क्यों करते
Madness
हैं?
in the final round as G2 get up to
बस
5.
ऐसे सिचुएशन को एनालाइज करने के लिए, फोकस करने के लिए।
So many crazy things happening there. The flank all the way through A lobby, undefended by the Cypher. The push is working again for G2, and the defuse with 60 milliseconds on the clock.
It's
Oh भाई
just
देख,
been
ये हो स्टिकर भी
non-stop
डाला।
the entirety of this first half here in our grand finals.
अरे
Electric gameplay on both sides. Two teams just taking chunks out of each other.
और इधर से आगे जाना।
There's plenty more left to be said as well on the other side of this.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in.
हाँ।
Try and beat it. I'll give you a sec.
What do you think about Haven?
नहीं भाई।
Byte down A.
हमने प्लान
Well, a two-round lead for now for Sentinels here in our opening map of the grand finals. But best of fives can be grueling. They're marathons. And you've got to maintain that energy all the way throughout. The Sentinels themselves as well. There's a lot on the line between these two teams. It's not just that first seed spot, a couple of champ points as well, that might be playing an effect in the long term. There is a lot on the line in terms of lifting this domestic trophy. These teams don't want to be denied it. For G2, the chance of a back-to-back. And for Sentinels, they were denied it earlier on in the year. They don't want that to happen again.
I was just thinking through, and I hadn't realized that Americas has never had a repeat winner.
G2
for
का
the
attack is
domestic
stronger
trophy.
भाई। I
It feels
think
like we have had
G2 का अटैक
huge
स्ट्रॉन्गर
titan
है,
teams.
बट
And
पता
yet,
नहीं ब्रो,
this would be
सेंटिनल
history in
ने
either direction.
G2 की गांड मारी थी, याद हो तो।
G2 on the pistol, playing things slowly, expecting some kind of aggression from the defenders. Really common to do some kind of push off the barrier drop on Haven pistol defense.
भाई जोगेमो का मुंह देख और उसकी पिस्टल देख भाई।
This position from Zekin
वही
is
तो
really
मैं बोल
good,
रहा
but you'd
हूँ।
imagine it'll get cleared by the drone.
I don't think it is.
उसको दिखा ही नहीं।
Yeah, I'm
Uncensored.
not 100% sure about that.
No,
Uncensored.
it didn't look like it. Broken in time.
Oh, no, it
Unscanned.
has. Look at the ping there.
Unscanned.
So ping in the corner. They did spot just for a moment Zekin's position.
कुछ तो un है.
G2 going to be swarming though. This is a quick
कुछ तो un.
reaction out towards
Like
Oberon.
zellsis मारेगा, जिस मारेगा, part,
This one here,
सबको.
plenty of bodies.
Oh,
Time
wait.
to stand up to the test.
Bro,
It's going
it
to
is
be sent
zellsis
your way.
at the end
Salvage
of
into
the
the back.
day.
There's not really much safety. TP into the back. That is risky,
No,
but
Zekin on the
G2
flank.
looking to fill this one up again, and Zekin is there.
Zekin's
It's
flying.
rapid, isn't it? Wrapping around and trying to put that pincer
Nah.
into motion. Still,
वो
he's
लोग कहीं पे
firing
और
a couple
जाने
of
की
shots to
try
reveal the
करेंगे.
hand entirely, and G2 are calling for reactions of their own. They're taking space and taking names. It's a feed that's filled up entirely with red, but Zekin's still alive.
चल 1v3
And with that,
easy
a
है.
chance.
So right picker, right picker, right picker के साथ.
Found a one.
Oh my,
Oh,
oh
the
my,
second.
oh my,
Trent
oh my.
shuts him down, and for G2 it means all and everything in the world.
Huge for G2 to get both pistol
Zekin
rounds
हंस
here
के
on
serious
Sentinel's
face
map
बनाता
here.
है.
उस पे slide और
I'm
stun होता ना,
wondering
मार
whether
देता
Zekin
Zekin.
gave away his position slightly with the stun that he threw rather than trying to get a pick with the pistol, but I can't really doubt what a beast he's been. 16
Shit talk
and
करेंगे
down,
देखना,
top of the
जैसे ही
scoreboard,
tie होगा ना,
trying
वैसे
to
shit
put
talk
the beast
करेंगे.
down. Both of these players have been phenomenal
अभी
this
देख
year.
बुलडॉग और दो स्ट्रिंगर
And
तो
it's
भी ली
G2
हुई
are
है.
looking like
एक तो वैले नहीं होता है,
gonna
साला
tie
पड़वा
things up.
हमेशा स्ट्रिंगर लेता है.
हाँ, उसका stinger बहुत
Senna not the
चिपकता है
kind of
भाई.
team to force after losing pistol, and we haven't even seen that from G2 on the defense really.
मेरे को पता जोना
They
लगता
told me
था
like to do
IGL
it
इस
when they
टीम का.
are on
तो Jonah ही
attack,
तो
they
है.
get plant money,
नहीं,
get the spike
Valen है.
down.
Right there.
Oh हाँ हाँ, Valen है,
Strategy
Valen है.
that does go
Sorry,
wrong
sorry.
here.
And one of the
हाँ,
benefits of
मुझे
that,
लगा
of
तो उसकी
knowing
बात
that your
कर रहा है,
opponent's
John
not
क्यों
gonna force, is
है.
that Leaf can
नहीं,
do
नहीं,
this
Jonah.
kind of buy where he only comes in with a pistol. And so
Lot of
अब
J's.
तक
the rest of
अब
G2
तो expected
are
है
gonna
कि
try
Neon
to
उधर
be
है.
super cautious not to run into the stack, and Leaf can play with a little bit of freedom, looking to see where the danger might be. So you might see Leaf solo kind of work through garage, especially after Vice flashing it there and realizing that nobody's home.
वो देख रहे हैं बस, info खेल रहे हैं.
Two prodding.
लीफ अभी भी
Hoping the
गोश्त में
Sentinels
रखा
will
हुआ
go
है
for a
क्या
bit
लीफ
more
को? हाँ.
of a risky, proactive play on their defense when they're on the eco themselves. And you're finally seeing it. Signs
Oh,
of
he
life.
damaged.
G2 were
मार्शल
up
हमेशा
one.
गांड उंगली
Well,
करने आता है
good
आगे.
wraparound. I
ये
think
तो
the
देखा
rumble
हुआ
of
है
the
मैंने.
footsteps might have given it away.
मार्शल गया.
Yeah,
ओह
Leaf
बच गया.
possibly heard something. John has the wrong read on where G2 are
अबे
going to be
यार.
ending here. So looks like one of those rounds where Sen will end up just having to die to the spike, although they're making a mass migration pretty early on actually, way before the spike has been committed. So they'll have time to fight over this.
Leaf hearing a lot of it. Backs himself out of there. Doesn't want to give away his life for no particular reason, but straight into the smoke. Onto the side. Valin. Stinger into the sidearm. Deadly combination. Bang. Try and do a lot from this spot, but again, the weaponry wasn't really handed off over towards him. Still, that smoke is dissipating, and no one was really ready for the swing. Still, the reload.
A
Punished by
great damage to the
G2 survive, at least with
Great
just two of the
damage.
players still.
Now we get to see a bonus. We get to see Sentinels playing defense. Little bit of pressure on. After how
अबे
well
एक
they
ही
played
बंदा
the first
G2 भी बोल
half.
रहा है, Sen भी बोल रहा है.
Scores
उसका
dead.
Valin का वो तो देख भाई. आए.
Valen's the closest to ult. He's one away actually from being able to get a cosmic divide up.
Nice.
That's a pretty big ultimate to play around on Haven. You could definitely craft ideas.
वैसे
set
डर के
ult
खेल रहा है
rounds based
G2,
off
उनको
that
पता है
aspect.
उनका eco है फिर भी.
It's pretty uncommon to be running it on this map.
जैसा डरा हुआ
Almost
है पूरा.
everybody favoring Neon.
उनको मालूम है
At
ना.
the beginning
Oh,
here. Oh
Valid,
my, just
valid.
spotting it. Nothing to really obfuscate the cross there. Does Valin even know the second has pushed all the way up here? Surely with the thorns deaded. Support around
Valin
him.
notice
Valin
नहीं
is
किया,
so
John Pudding
far
मार देगा
onto this line.
No
Valin is just gonna
way.
meet in a fight straight up
अरे
with John.
स्टिंगर है
Nothing to
यार.
support that peak.
वैलन की.
And the refight is called for by Sentinels again.
और
They are not
लीफ on
willing
guardian bro.
to let that go unchecked. Second! Just
मार मार और मार
unleashes.
second.
ओ यार मार्श
Well
देख अब
aware now
सेकंड
that
बेट
Valin
होगा
could have taken
मार्शल
that
के
timing
लिए.
once more, but he's trying to regroup once.
Oh my
onto that.
god.
The Ray watching it. Closing in
Mar, mar,
now
mar, mar,
on
mar.
all
Nice
possible
one, nice
angles that these G2 players could have crept into.
Nice.
It was looking a bit disastrous to begin, but
एक
overall
ही गन किया
Sentinels
बस,
do
बहुत
manage.
ज़्यादा नहीं है, बाय दे देगा.
बाय आ जाएगा.
Zekin
बाय आ
and Array hitting
जाएगा.
great shots. 20 kills for Zekin here across 15
जॉन
rounds.
मेरे हिसाब से गार्डियन पे
His
खेलो.
form's looking remarkable, unbelievable. Dominates Trent and Leaf there. And Narrate does a good job of covering his back and shuts down Valin.
I'm balling, boys. I'm balling.
Tough to lose when you have a player in this kind of form, and yet the lead only one.
अच्छा सेकंड नहीं बाय दिया है.
It's an expenditure to util here. Sentinels winning out
ये देख ये वो कर रहे जो अपने को
Battleline's gonna
उन्होंने
be
बोला ना
redrawn, so
क्या
they have a lot of
साइलेंट भाई
control.
ने
No reclear by
G2 ने
G2.
वही किया,
Setting their
condition
sights
किया।
all the way over towards C. Might be bogged down a little bit though. There's a lot of Cypher util to contest with.
और
The
C
tricks
fine
don't even matter at this
fast
point.
Yeah.
There's no
contest
spam that zellsis is going to be able to provide.
That's that cosmic divide. Denying a chance of zellsis to potentially.
And this post plan is
Finger
going to
लिया,
be
सारे ने
so
buy लिया,
difficult
बस
to crack.
Oberon
Zekken
ने
is
लिया
going to have to
Stinger.
do magic on the flank.
That's pretty clear. They heard it.
Mara.
Presence in towards Garage. Armageddon is trying to push them forwards. Bang! Barely getting the hell out of there still. As the curtain drops, so does Jorgamo with his head just clean off.
Oh no नहीं
Rounds and away
QT.
here. Watch 4. Not quite, John. Just slacking in terms of that crosshair placement. And now to game it his timing once more. That's going to be a pull.
वो garage है.
Forced out of them just from the tap there. Bang. We'll be able to get second. On
That's
the
why.
Not quite, but the salvo is pushing them back in their way. Great util from T2. Discipline on show. Top form on top of it. Now Bang's getting kills, but honestly, the time has already run out.
मैंने देखो बोला Bang is super consistent.
And G2, they play another perfect post plan to be able to put themselves level again, 8-8. Sentinels had the right idea there, I think. They
मैं
didn't
Bang
allow for
पर
any
tens की तरह flashy
safe
नहीं है
location
लेकिन Bang
for Teho,
consistent
for
है.
Astra to play inside of. Look at Zekken on the flank here. But Trent controls it. And so they have a vice wall set up, and then Trent swings off it. That gives him a safe spot to be able to use salvos. Valin has to fight Garage, but once he gets the kill on John Cutie, then he has a safe location to be able to use his pull. And Trent in the end gets the credit for the
Second ना outlaw
I don't think that was
लिया है
very
but
likely to go
फिर
the way of
leaf
Sen
है
after
half
those
pipe
two
पे.
kills happened.
Too much stall here. Fast timing taken by Zekken though.
मार दे गोली मार दे जॉगर में मर जाएगा.
This is a great way of being able to get past the Teho. The Teho is going to be doing that kind of
Full
short
shield है.
salvo for control. And if you disrespect it with the Omen teleport or with the Neon, it does become a lot more difficult for G2 to know which areas of the map are safe.
Second smoked off. There's a timing that could be taken as well if they wrap themselves around G2 through a long, but not too worried about it. It's been filled up by Narrate.
This time, Leaf putting the wall for A, indicating maybe that they're going to be trying to end on the A side of the map.
Jogumo scan out हो गया है. But still TP नहीं किया.
A little bit of garage pressure, see
अब
if he can
किया.
break things. But Jorg goes and reconnects with the rest of the team.
Camera going to be broken.
ये क्या था?
गलत.
Maybe not intended for that one, but still they clear out garage nevertheless. Now with the stars down, it's starting to spell it out.
Zellsis
Nice and
मारेगा
pretty here
3-4.
towards Zellsis. Playing around, weaving in and out of the cages, and he's caught that timing. Bullet to the side of the head. Thing could be said of Valen.
30 seconds left.
Bang all the way up through into the
Okay,
back.
bang
now.
आ गया,
Could be a
bang आ गया,
time to
help
be
के लिए
taken,
bang
so
आ
he's
गया.
still hanging on to a bit of that backside control, calling for the flood attempt, and here it is with a bit of the util. G2
नहीं,
though,
Trent.
they were lying in
Trent.
wait and they pounced on
Trent
the
खेल गया.
timing. A chance to
यार
strike.
पापा मुझे
It's a sight that's going to be theirs now. Zekken and John QT left. with
QT
this
मारेगी.
3.
QT मार. ओए Zekken पे ult है.
It's the outlaw, doubled up with the bodies. G2.
नहीं
Swift
सेव ही करेगा
dismissal.
मैं
What
वो
a
मार.
shot by Leaf.
You have to hit shots like that to shut down Zekken. Trent also with a super important 2K. Both teams had such great awareness of what the other wanted to do. Zellsis got in front of his own setup to be able to pick off Valin, knowing that there's a small gap on that C split execute. But then G2 on the other side of things know that Sentinels want to flood into the back of site, and they
It
just
is so
hold,
you,
wait for
bro.
the util, and then pounce, spring the trap,
ओहो.
and the whole of back site.
उसने pre-aim
Gets
करके रखा था
destroyed.
वो चीज.
At this point,
मारा है
round
सभी.
16 and round 17
ना,
have
ना,
started
pre-aim
to tell a
था.
story. And the story is that G2 want to be running C splits, they want to be trying to get onto Zellsis, they think that that's a weakness in the Sentinels' defense.
हाँ नहीं हल्का सा flick था ये.
What does Kaplan call here to try to shore that up? And is it all just part of a
ये कर रहा है
larger
भाई, coding
strategy
कर रहा है
to
Zekken.
weaken a different area of the map?
Hacks.
After a tactical timeout like this, often the attacking team will go in a totally different direction or a different tempo, just to try to mess with what the defending team has adjusted.
They're the mind games that come out.
But this is why you tend to take these timeouts right before an eco. So Senna coming in with bad weaponry. So Kaplan's game plan is not actually for this round, it's for the next one.
The crowd has turned up here today. Both Sentinels and G2.
I think important to note as well, in the last couple of rounds that G2
Lock
have won,
inside लिख रहा है
Zekken
भाई.
was
Let's
shut
go
down.
G2.
He went for the flank on C, Trent owned it. He was the last one in to try to win a 1v3, I think it was, and Leaf owned it. He's been stuck at 20 kills, though that's incredibly impressive.
Lineup node wala lineup hai.
Next rifle round, they need to find a way of putting their player with the hot hand in position.
Not much information here. Flash. Seconds postured off the angle to sound as though remove that first
Second ko bas
layer
aim
and
pe
wave
kill.
over
Oh
a
my.
minute at util.
That is
Trip's gonna
scary.
be broken.
Pretty unusual spot actually here from
Bro,
Bang.
तूने तो
Over towards A
Sentinels
lobby.
वो नहीं देखा था
He's
ना?
tucked in a corner that
वो Sensity वाला जो था ना, Sensity Classic.
at the same time though, here comes the drone. Does it
Drone broken early.
broken early makes you pretty scared that
Yes.
somebody's in a corner, but you don't know which one.
Fear in the back of your mind. Jordan, we're going to be using
उसमें भाई
dimensional drift.
Zekken
Clears it out. Spots
must
the one.
outlaw लेके
Only
sliding
one
मारना
here.
है.
Zekken and a lot of pressure. Trent anticipating that one.
ये
Reswing
क्या है?
attempt here with a stun.
एक
Aftershock.
दीवार तो out.
Further way out towards garage. This is G2 that have found that opening.
Bang, Omen ulted to try to get onto the flank. Valen, he's aware of it, holding this.
And still, it is better guns into the
Oh,
hands
the
of
timing.
G2.
Oh,
players.
right.
Past it.
The timing.
Astral form. Valen just catches it. Bang. It's going to be hurting after that one, honestly. No clearance onto the corner, and everybody from Sentinels is just toppling and dropping. Flawless here from G2. 2-round lead.
But this is the round 19, where Kaplan took a tactical timeout to try to adjust things for Sentinels. I think it's really important that they put Zekken in a position where he can win the round for them. He's been the player. I mean, Bang and Narrate have also been, I think, coming up with some decent moments. Bang in
Singers,
particular.
they're trying to be like us. They not like us. You know what I mean?
Bro, this is a huge statement, huh?
So where is Zekken going to be playing? He's playing a pretty standard spot over towards A lobby. Sen don't look like they've adjusted too much.
Still push out here.
Lines up though.
Okay, Jogumo is
Someone's gonna be
ready.
here in this one, surely. Emphasis play style. Just missing
No,
onto the
he was
angle. Zekken is happy to oblige and draw some blood out of it. Still Trent. Follow up.
थोड़ा सा जल्दी
Going
हो
one
गया.
for one there is perfectly fine for G2. They're not bothered about that at all. You take away the player that's got 21 kills. And G2 have got big ults to be able to work with. It's going to be tough now for Sentinels to even cover the whole of the map.
Giving up all of A, instead looking for that re-exploration in through mid. And
Good
okay,
trade.
Let's go even.
Spike drop though in mid window. So G2 can't do some kind of fast reaction. They have to go and recover that.
Serving a bit of
अभी ये जाएंगे.
slowed pace here from G2.
They're now going to realize that those players that went down the mid push were previously defending A. So there should be a gap. Bang, Valen, again.
Timing again!
Bro,
It's
bang!
Valen who wins this one out.
Both
अब
times.
सी जाएंगे.
Bang, just not quite checking an angle, and Valen, he keeps the momentum going.
Yeah.
All left down to John QT, who's having a bit of a nightmare over here, watching the defense half slip away from him.
Picked to pieces.
Red Bull
Yeah, from 1,000 cuts here for John, and this rifle
Wow.
in his hands. They have no money really to rebind to the next.
He
Bro,
hasn't
मेरे को
even
चाहिए
used
होगा,
any
मैं
utility
जागने
this
वाला
round.
हूँ.
I mean,
Yeah.
maybe the stun at the very beginning, but otherwise, it was all pretty raw duels. You know, Sen pushing up aggressive towards A lobby, going 1-for-1, trying to clear out over towards B, going 1-for-1. And you think about all of the success that G2 had pushing out on their defense side. Bang tries to go for it there at Garage, and Valen catches him, but not in a clean way, in a scrappy, weird
The
kind
messy,
of
yeah.
messy way that was very reminiscent of the prior, where he used his Omen teleport. Some slightly unlucky situations, but also I think not enough diversity with how Sentinels are playing their defense side. We were crediting how much G2 were rotating things. The Vice was, you know, on C and then B and then Garage. They would push A and push B and push Garage all over the place. And that makes it really difficult to get a read on what's happening. Whereas Sen are playing pretty much the same opening to the round every time. And actually, if I watched that from Valen's POV, he did just straight up catch the timing. It wasn't as messy as it seemed.
G2 fully in control now. I mean, you look at that timeline, stringing together the rounds, as you said. Running away with this open map here in a best of 5.
But this time, the defensive setup does shift. Double trips over towards A, a recon to make it feel like it's the same. But instead, Zekken looking like he wants to try his hand at taking this timing push out through grass.
Drone's going to be expended on top of it, straight up through B. Fault line on the other side. There's a Hunter's Fury offloaded by Narrate. It feels like a bit of a garage take.
They went for,
most of them are going.
They had a stun as well, so John QT stunned. He was trying to catch those players outside Garage to help the Hunter's Fury, but G2 vanished in a puff of smoke.
Real acknowledgement. And all wasted here when really could have used it for Sentinels.
You're still going into double trips though, so Sen have a great chance at defending.
And the Raiders hard committed here. The stun's going to be missing him. Just gliding straight past with a blind and a flash. Okay, there's a trip to try and play off. Jonah P. Right over towards the top and through the wall. The Raid dodging, weaving, ducking away.
Let's go,
dominating the spot that he's in. Down in the lake doesn't stop Trent. Yet still that side is going to be opened up. Over towards G2 now in that 2v3. Damage barely done. And Trent survives for now. Plant down. Jorgamo, he knows he has to take those risks and loses the fight out. John QT barely alive for it, and Trent is in a very difficult spot still. Sentinels needed this one near side. Fantastic connection and a good cleanup in the end here by Sen.
And it's the one round where they change their defensive setup that makes all the difference.
बड़ी वाली Red Bull का 10 रुपए प्राइस कम कर दिया.
The difference maker here. It was actually the trips and narrate's position that he could play off.
मैं भी एक मंगाऊं क्या? मेरे को भी मन तो कर रहा है.
With the help of zellsis utility that he took away from C, and narrate delivers.
Zepto.
A sick 3k anchoring in this
Zepto
spot.
से मंगवाता है.
It's always going to be.
मैं तो Swiggy Instamart या Zepto पे मेरे पास वो पड़ा हुआ है cash.
Meta smoke that Bang is throwing in.
मैं तो Instamart से ही मंगवाता हूँ.
Sen need to be varied. They need to show a different look again here.
Marsh. Let's go. One round.
जीत गए ना ये round Sentinels.
हाँ ये वाला round जीती.
Gap is 2, and Sen they try something different again. Zellsis this time with Bang hard anchoring over towards A.
मैं Monster मंगाऊँ या Red Bull मंगाऊँ?
They've left the entirety of the open. Defensive setup, no one watching for it. Still, there's a bit of util to set second up, like you said, but the reaction is called for by G2. See signs of it. They're going to be going straight into the setup.
Someone is inviting me.
Sitting tucked into the corner here, it's a cosmic divide.
They're probably going to expect these trips to be for heaven.
Bang spamming! He's just caught with a bullet to the head there. Zellsis tucked low into the corner. He's not long for the ward there. Not with a steel guard and overlapping Armageddon. Everything is being used by G2. Secure this round up.
Oh,
chip damage.
A bunch of damage at the end there. Half HP. John has ult. But they're going to need healthy players to follow up on it.
Fun to get crashed back and away here. Caught into the corner. It's a good combination. Stunned up there, second wave of things, and he spotted it. Target acquired.
नहीं यार, Valiant कैसे मारता है भाई ऐसे? PUBG player है
It's all
भाई.
left up to John now. He was supporting from afar with the util, but now left to step up. Earns himself the first one. Damage done to Valin and Jorg. It could be done, but a tap, and it's ice cold by G2. Not a peek, not a glimpse. And now with time played, they win it out entirely. The 12th round earned up here for G2.
G2 navigate a very difficult round there. Valin's kills are so important. When you expect the Cypher to be on the site, you're thinking maybe that those trips are for heaven. And yet zellsis is tucked over towards short. Valin, he gets him. Up to 20 kills. And he's caught Bang's timing so often as well.
Yes.
Towards the end here, he's calling a great attack half and he's delivering individually.
Just one round to stand between them though, and that is aggression! Second punished.
What a punish. That's the play that Zekken's been going for the majority of the half. Going back Sentinels to their more defaulty setup. And Zekken,
मैं भी Red Monster मंगा लिया मैंने.
A start to this map. He was on fire.
Has to watch.
White.
As G2 trying to secure the first of these map points.
Normal वाली भी पीता हूँ. White
G2
अभी
have a
पीनी
habit of
शुरू
this
कर
as well.
दी
It's
क्योंकि
going to be that
शुगर फ्री
slow
आती है ना.
squeeze over the course of the round.
White वाली तो मुझे बहुत overrated लगती है.
Zellsis,
White
risky
वाली
business
is
pushing up
like
like this,
okay.
but risks are to be taken. Your player down, head of the spear, chopped right off with Zekken falling early here. Let's see if the clearance is there, and he hears it.
नहीं करना ही नहीं था Zekken को.
Valin just can't be beaten right now.
No, locked in.
They've left this gap over towards B. Leaf exploiting it.
Last time भी 2-1 जीती थी ना?
Takes his eyes off it for a moment.
हाँ.
वो भाई, they predicted it.
They are getting squeezed on the A site.
Good read,
Good
read.
the
But
map entirely,
G2
Leaf
पे बहुत अच्छा flank
है.
है.
John QT, can they stand up against it? Slide to the angle here,
Doesn't
John.
matter, dude.
Rattling shots. Found a raid. Guardians can't get it done. One.
Bang मार सकता है, bang.
Already. Leaf has his mark.
Bang तीसरी बार ऐसे हुआ है.
Domination in that second half here by G2.
They leveled up and found a different gear.
बोला ना better attack है
Sentinels,
G2 का.
they relied, I think, a little
क्या है
on that
कुछ बोला?
individual prowess to be able to get them through the first half with the lead 7-5. That kind of cooled off a bit. And the macro from G2 ended up being the difference maker, especially with how well Valin and Trent were playing.
Yeah.
There were so many moments where Sentinels could have just found that glimmer of a hope, a push out on defense, a timing to be taken, and G2 shut it down every time.
That string of rounds towards the end here. This is a G2 that do not want to be denied a chance of making history in Americas domestically. To be one of the first teams to lift a back-to-back trophy. To gather up that first seed heading into Toronto. But it's early days yet in a best of 5, of course. Lots more action left to come here. Plenty of chances for Sentinels to bounce back. That's our first map here. The grand finals wrapped up for now. But as I already said, lots of chances here for Sentinels to see if they can answer back.
This is a little scary. No one's looking at Reginator. Reginator! Might be too overwhelming for the full on a whiff. What? Sleeping on the angle. Hold up.
Taking a fight up close and personal. Flash up and over towards the top. Running them down. In hand. The knives are out. This is chaos. This is Alligator running out of time. Oh boy. Red Bull gives you wings.
Kind of pulling the attention of G2 away from that for a moment. The kills now towards sight, towards elbow. It's going to be John Cutie coming in for the kills. Coming through. G2 lead pushed up so far again. The flash comes through over the shoulder.
All right, everyone. So with G2 picking up that win, up 1-0 in this series, we decided we're gonna have a little bit of fun right here, because you know when I come out here, it's usually carnage and chaos. So what we figured is we'll chuck some stuff into the crowd, but the good news is that we actually have a game here, because Riv, well, we got people holding some buckets. Where are they at?
We do. We have Gianna here for Sentinels, and just on the other side, we have Tyler holding for G2.
All right.
So we got the competition set.
And we got London and Edward here who's going to be throwing. So here's the thing. You want to get into the bucket, but here's the thing. If you don't, no big deal. All right, everyone, count it down for me. 3, 2, 1, throw.
What do we got?
All right. Oh. Let's see. We got one. We got one in there for Sentinels.
Ooh.
Oh. We got 2 for Sentinels. Oh, but he's catching him. He's catching him. It seems like teamwork is working out over here, Riv, with G2.
Oh my God, bro! In and out. Is that Zekin up there? Good God, the aim.
Oh, that's a good toss. Good toss. Okay. Oh, that was off the rim.
It's like it's an effort. What do we got in here? There's so many.
How we're looking on Sen? How many we got here? We done? Are we done? Oh. How many got, Riv?
4 in there, but G2 did take the first map.
Oh, so 4, and how many was over there?
5.
5.
So
Sentinels wins. Oh, could it be a sign of things to come? We'll find out. But for now, let's send it over to the desk to break down what we saw in match 1. Guys, give it up for our throwers and our catchers. Let's go.
Hello, I'm back.
We'll have to see how much of an omen it was, because we started off this series looking like it was going to be domination for Sentinels, but the second half, G2 only dropped 2 rounds to take the first one of this series. Wyatt, when we looked ahead at this one, you said this is a must-win map for Sen, and already they're down 0-1.
I think of the 5 maps in the pool, this is the one where I definitely give them the favorite going in, and I think it was a must-win. We're going to split next, where G2 had a dominant win over them prior. Things are looking tough to start for Sen.
Yeah, and especially the fact that G2 get their huge win, only dropping 2 rounds on their attacking side, that's usually weak for them.
And this was a game defined by big moments. The first half, it was all about Zekin and Narrate, but Trent, he's one of the contenders for best player in Americas right now. He was huge in that second half.
He's playing the best Valorant of his career right now. He has been absolutely on fire, and so consistently too. We're talking multi-frags all over the place, him taking aggressive lines consistently too, because Jogmo had a rough start to this game. It was Trent that was doing all the heavy lifting for G2.
He did. Sen were pulling off some heroics before Trent really heated up, and I think that it's honestly bad for Sen that they were relying on heroics to even stay in this game, because their success had come from a lot of regimented team play. That wasn't the case, and as things were falling apart, Trent was really exploiting those mistakes, finding so many crucial kills.
Yeah, he'd step up in the mid-rounds once some players had been taken off from both sides to find the windows to get back into the round. And again, if it comes to a post-plant, Trent is winning them 9 times out of 10.
So G2, they take the first map of this series. This is a Sentinels who came in with a double ban advantage. And the next map we're heading to is Split. When you look at this series, Wyatt, I think this is going to be the most clear G2 advantage map. They've been excellent on Split.
For Sen coming into this today is that I do think they leveled up against MIBR yesterday. I was a lot more impressed with their defense there than I was when we saw them against G2 the day prior. That being said, totally different beast, those two
Excellent in that game. They ran over Sentinels when they played this map. I think in particular that attack side.
Bro, you are ascendant to come on, bro.
It was another 13-5 performance from G2, and G2's execs were really class. Again, the way this team has sort of pre-planned a lot of their ideas, and you know, they play similar agents on most maps, right? The Breach, the Teho, the Yoru. Jogmo's entry pathing in particular around the supportive utility of those Bleach stuns and missiles coming behind him makes it so hard to play defense against.
My hope for Sen to keep this game close, or maybe even steal away this map pick, is that against MIBR, they were so much more decisive, flooding into the sites and stuffing MIBR at the chokes when they were trying to get out. That being said, that's a team running a Jet versus a team running a Yoru that can get completely past any utility that would be coming in at the choke. I'm hoping that we're going to see a better Sen here today, but this
They
could
are
be
so
G2
dead.
just going up with a clean 2-0 to start this series.
Sen start on defense again this map. What are you looking to see change for them to win it this time?
I want to see them getting in front of G2's attacks, right? If G2 set plays the things that really defining their attacking side on this map, you need to benefit the fact that you're playing with the Yoru, right? That has the get out of jail free. That means stepping up into B main. That means stepping up into A main, preempting those fights, and especially in mid rounds. Sentinels can't play passive, deep lines on their sites where they lack information. They need to take those calculated risks to figure out where the hit is going to be coming in and lean to that side of the map.
I want to see more from Jojimo as well. Had a pretty rough first map. He's generally excellent on the Yoru here.
GG man. आ जाओ तने की तकलीफ થઈ છે તને की तकलीफ થઈ છે
Really get in the game.
Can I read
This
this?
is really worrying. They need to come to life here, but not individually. They had those moments of heroics.
મારો 2 દિવસથી ઓર્ડર પેક જ થાય છે
क्या what the fuck?
मैं मेरा 2 दिन से ऑर्डर पैक ही हो रहा है ये कह रहा हूँ
कितने रेड बुल मंगाया भाई
2
रेड बुल में इतना टाइम
हाँ साला ऑर्डर इज बीइंग पैक्ड ही बता रहा है
उनको बोल दे आप पैक करके आप ही पी लो
Match found.
Again, this is going to be the hardest map in the pool looking at it for Sentinels. So going into this after losing Haven, you're at a serious risk of falling down 0-2 in this finals already. Remember kickoff, that was a 5-game burner of a match, right? Going the absolute distance with Sen testing. Falling down 0-2 is
Two teams play a back-to-back series that one of them dominates on the map so they feel comfortable, and that's the one that the other team focuses the most on, and then they win it the second time.
G2, they took away their opponent's best map in this series. Now
Chamuda.
their chance to go up 2-0 and a chance for back-to-back finals.
Move or get zapped.
I want Reina.
Let's get back into it then here. Map 2 is coming up here for Split, and as the desk has kind of been alluding to here, you know, not a do or die situation, but, excuse me, stuff on my throat, but it is an important one for Sen to try and take away here, considering the last time these two teams matched up, G2 really did just take it by storm.
Yeah, we're talking about a lot about the battle between these two IGLs, Valen versus John Cutie, and all the history that they've had. This last time on Split was a masterclass ante from probably the coaches as well. I don't think you can give all the credit.
अरे वो मेरा फोन बार-बार बंद हो जा रहा है ऑटोमेटिक
मतलब
क्या करूँ मैं अरे मतलब स्लीप हो जा रहा है वो कैसे
स्लीप हो जा रहा है तो फोन पे देख रहा है क्या स्ट्रीम मेरी
अरे नहीं मुझे मेरा ऑर्डर आ रहा है तो मुझे बस चालू रखना है कोई बेल ना मारे वो देखने के लिए बस
हाँ तो ऐसा करना उसमें जा तेरी स्क्रीन वाली सेटिंग्स में और स्लीप बंद कर
अरे लौड़े वो होता कैसे
मैं बताता हूँ
Gotta go. She's slow. Reloading. Gotta go. Go. Kill. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. What? I'm out of here. Gotta go.
seconds until stage change.
Go, go, go!
Got one.
Not ready, gotta go! I'm out of here! Reloading.
Disappear.
Back off! Go, go, go!
I don't think so.
Go, go, go!
They call me Valen of India.
I'm out of here!
Got free.
I'm out of here!
Distraction.
Reloading. Reloading.
New stage in 10.
Gotta go! Gotta go! I'm out of here! I'm out of here! Go, go, go!
खौफ का माहौल है.
Gotta go! Go, go, go! Gotta go!
मेरा वो आ गया रे कूलडाउन आ गया.
Go, go, go!
वन हो गया ओए.
Gotta go! Get out of my way!
वन हो गया और ट्रेंड G2 लीड पे चल रही है अभी मैन पावर पे. वन सेंट का वन है और जॉन क्यूटी बचा है.
Yo, gotta go!
Who's next?
Go away! I'm out of here! Go, go! 4 down! Gotta go! Gotta go!
ओए condom.
Go, go, go! Stock it! I'm out of here!
Charge your ults.
I'm out of here! Gotta go! We're good! Gotta go! I'm out of here! I'm out of here! Go, go! Go, go, go! I'm out of here!
Camper A.
That's 3.
I need to get
4
one.
down!
Let me get one, please. No, man, let me get one.
Off your feet!
Gotta go! Stop it!
I got my 2. जल्दी लगा अभी
स्क्रीन शेयर्ड है मेरी 1-2 हो चुका है
अटैक किसका है
G2
slip away from them.
Weapons up.
And they've got to make sure that this half doesn't slip away from them as well, because they started it brilliantly.
Yeah.
It's been a microcosm of the first
order
map.
अब जाके ship हो
White
मतलब
hopping
निकल
in, and then G2 take it away. Second with an ultimate. There's a set play that a lot of teams go for, where they Euro ult out A at the start of the round with a paranoia. That's why you see Jorgamo here playing with Leaf, but that didn't happen. Bang really holding his ground as well, not giving up that space. That's bold, brave from him. And gives them decent info that G2 weren't really trying to take B main there.
हाँ भैया 18 नंबर के गेट से आप आना ठीक है
having util to refight. Feeling like he had
मतलब वो ढाल देखिए इसरो के सामने जो है
second, he's going for seconds.
Of course he is.
ढाल उतर के सामने की तरफ गेट आता है
Down that turn, just a few kneecaps, that's all it takes here. Chopped straight down. John QT's there. Salvos. Jonah isolated ever so slightly, but he's got backup now arriving as well.
If they do end A, Zeken's been deadly in this anchor position. He catches Jonah P, that spike dropped, and he still has a flash to play around.
Tiniest of angles to really work with.
30 seconds
being played around here. These Sentinels players hard anchoring onto the site in a position here with a drone out wide. You've got to know exactly where they might be laying here with the stun. It's good. Right to the side, Trent. Getting away with bloody murder. Still off to the corner. That's John, yeah, and that prior damage weakened him up. Bit of running, gunning. Still, it's a 2v3 situation. G2 at least get themselves into the post plan, but more needs to be done by Leaf. Already wrapping, and it's a fast play by Sentinels. They're not messing around. Trying to play this one a bit more loose.
I love that smoke on sight from Valin.
No one watching for main. Snake Byte walking through Valin. This is so damn unexpected. It isn't even necessary. Leaf cleaning them all up. Instinctual plays all around. It doesn't matter that you put this G2 team in a disadvantage. They weaseled their way out.
And you just heard that zellsis had hit 1,500 kills. Valin did it in that round, whilst also doing everything required to be able to pull off a clutch. Had support from Leaf as well, but I love the way that he played around this.
Nice, Jake! Nice call, Jonah. Let's go. Got you.
Jonah there with some kind of call. Might have been the pivot to go over towards A. Could have been something around how they wanted to play the clutch. But either way, giving credit to Jonah for that. Bang has been throwing this early smoke over towards B main. And it does feel like a major strategy of Sentinels is this control over towards the side of the map. Force a bit of utility out of G2 early. Sen have a trap play in mid. They're hoping to find a timing. Maybe off the back of Trent's drone, possibly even the salvos that are often come through the vent, and then stun, and then spring.
Cheeky idea, but Jorgen was going to be the one taking that contact. He does have a get out of jail card, flash, peek, and a swing. The guns are just a bit too weak, really, for too much damage to be done there by Sentinels, but a neat idea doesn't really come to fruition too much.
Viper A है
And
all
even
on
that
offer
gate
है.
crash that you were mentioning, Jorgamo doesn't even bother with it because they have
But
three
देखना
players there
Valin
looking
ना
to punish
late
the
के लिए
trap.
रुकेगा.
John though with a nice read and anticipation of where Valin is going to end.
Okay, jog.
Curtain drops though, unexpected with the timing. Zekken caught, counts down by the ankles in that spot. Still a wide swing and a face out here with a bolt line to try and supplement. John off onto the corner, just offloading all sorts of missiles, trying to slow down this approach by G2. There's 25 seconds left. There is still danger. Rolling Thunder has to be committed. G2 trying to navigate this spot nicely. Hearing that drop down though, the spam is just to try and deny. zellsis. It's two nice ones. Need a bit more time of the essence still. You're going to try and weave your way into the site. And John QT has denied that
Nice try. Good
ditch
damage
attempt.
to the Rico, but
If there was another couple of bullets in the stinger, I think John would have had that. Oh. Jonah was the spike deliverer. And he almost got caught in the choke. It's an eco round that G2 navigate really well, and yet the shots coming out from zellsis nearly made it winnable. But Leaf, with 10 seconds on the clock, swings out to make sure that Jonah can plant.
Yeah.
A timeout here for Sentinels. It's now been 4 rounds in a row. And G2 They are still looking as dominant as the last time they played split
ले
against
वापस
Sen,
Sentinels
but in
B3 पे आ
different
गया.
ways. Sen are actually trying to
पे आ
fight
गया.
them. They're not just playing
Zekken अभी पता है
retakes and
कुछ
allowing G2
दूसरा
all the
माउस यूज
control
कर रहा
of the
था ये
world.
देख.
They're trying to fight them with trap plays through mid. They're trying to have Zekken contest Leaf on the lurks in A main.
The B main control 2 with a one-way, forcing them to use util.
But at the crucial moments,
ये
it
देख.
slips away from them. And G2 are still being able to get into the sights. It's a better attempt, I think, but you wouldn't know it from looking at the score.
See this.
And it's difficult playing against opponents. This is their
Oh bhai,
fourth time
Anaconda.
meeting G2 just this year. And Sentinels, the only time that they've beaten G2 in VCT was in that upper bracket semi-final that we just watched recently.
पिछले साल भी V3 लॉन्च होने से पहले इसने यही किया था.
To a nice milestone.
In a huge round for him, too.
But guns in the hands of these Sentinels players. This is the time to strike while the iron's hot. And can stem the bleeding even better. Different util being used here by Sen to try and control B main, but flash through and G2 unscathed.
But at least you get the good notification that they're taking B main control. That flash tells you that the attackers are there. Rather than
अरे इस पे अपन को ट्राई करना स्प्लिट पे वाइपर रन करने का क्योंकि अब देख वैसे भी अपने पास वो नहीं रहेगा. क्या बोलते हैं?
अबे यार नहीं. वाइपर क्यों?
Last time these two teams played.
Viper is good for faking यार. Not gonna lie.
No signs of life until now. Bang is going to be under a lot of scrutiny.
Paranoia
is excellent.
Bang, bang, one more bang. No way.
Brilliant with the util. So the rate making sure to follow up. But G2 not
Marega. Let's go.
Let's go.
Now that's what you want to see from Sentinels. Bang and array fighting one after another in the choke point, stuffing G2 before they can even get started. That's how Sen got the win on Ascent previously. And this is a really nice strategic adjustment. Obviously, a fumble there from G2 as well, with how Jonah P's flash set Valorant up.
Marsh. Let's go, boys.
But that is what you want to see. That's what they didn't quite execute properly in round 2.
That's what they needed.
Stingers पे आ गए? नहीं, सिर्फ जोना. Jogo में मतलब.
Yeah, 2,700 in the bank. Sometimes it happens.
Keep an eye on that. See whether it's relevant in the round.
Oh, Leaf shield लेना भूल गया.
It could be a costly mistake, especially he squares up
Oh
and fight
shit.
against Zekken here.
Util भी नहीं लिया है क्या? Util भी नहीं लिया. ना लिया.
नहीं लिया है, वो तो लिया है.
Shield नहीं लिया.
Shield लेना भूल गया. देख 2700 ही पड़े हैं.
Actually kind of important because he still survives now 2 Vandal bullets.
Adds up, doesn't it? Adds up entirely, and wow, he's taking a whole load of damage in the process. Zekken repositions. Gate crash. Second exit.
Zekken इसकी position है Zekken की. No
हाँ, Zekken I can feel Zekken bro. Yoru is so trash.
Really good support from G2. I mean, the fact that they are making it feel
एक
like
और
it's
मारने
a
के लिए क्यों
solo
नहीं
1v1 fight, and then Valent swings around the corner to punish.
Try क्यों नहीं किया एक और के लिए?
क्योंकि Zekken ने spray down किया, tap नहीं किया.
Much more difficult, I would say, for the defenders to hold on.
मेरे जैसा हो गया Zekken का.
Salvas forward here. John QT.
तू ये देखा, but तू देखा इन लोग का पहला मतलब ये लोग कितना shake करते हैं mouse.
हाँ भाई.
Next as well. Tempo is going to be turned.
देखो थोड़ा सा हिलेंगे तो माइक्रो एडजस्टमेंट में मर जाएंगे.
For now, it's essential they hold on to control of the end because anchoring players onto B. This is going to be a tight
ये
squeeze.
देख.
D dropping down at that salvos. Good by
हल्का सा shaky aim रखते हैं ये लोग.
रखना पड़ता है.
They still had the Teho ult in the back pocket to use as
5v2,
well. I don't think there was really any
4v2.
chance there that G2
हाँ
would
नहीं
have
नहीं,
cracked
they're going
B
to
heaven.
save, they're going to
John
save.
made the play.
Yeah.
The IGL getting the information over towards A ramp that was in fact a fake.
मेरा ऑर्डर आ गया मैं आता हूँ.
And as the time ticks down, Sen win
मतलब
another.
आ रहा है मतलब 1 मिनट में जाऊँगा बस. एंट्री कर रहा है वो अभी.
This tack timeout that Kaplan called.
उल्टा देख के टीपी कर रहा.
The time was low. Only 35 seconds on the clock.
हाँ वो उल्टा देख के टीपी करते नीचे और उल्टा देख के. तो क्या बैक पे लगे.
Yeah.
और सिर ना दिखे जल्दी.
Bumming and ahhing around the map there. Sentinel's going to be glad for it though. Now just one round behind.
And this time, Valent doesn't even have the money to go for full armor. So you can argue about whether it even made the difference for Leaf in the brawl over towards A main in the prior round, but I think Sen are going to be feeling pretty happy about the fact that they've got this gap down to 1 and they still have breach Teho ult to be able to work with.
Huge ultimates.
वापस Zekken ले लिया थोड़ा forward positioning.
game plan here for G2
टेक नहीं करता है और कोई नहीं करता, अकेला करता है.
ओह ये देख
Let's go,
अब
man,
देख
let's go.
अब सेकंड मैंने देखो क्या बोला वो स्प्रे डाउन किया था इस बार बर्स्ट मारा ना उसने तब बेटर था इसके लिए.
Here's the next test. Jorgamo, not the weapon.
Move away. Jorgamo stinger बहुत मार करता है गन.
भाई G2 में अगर देखो G2 का पार्ट बनना है ना हाँ
They've got it all on lock.
भाई तुमको अगर G2 का पार्ट बनना है you have to learn stinger usage.
Let's try to target the weak area where Zekken's holding alone. And yet, it's not weak at all.
Need a bit more than that.
He's absolutely done him. Body shots onto the player in the back, into a flick headshot on the player at the front, and then resets his aim. Look at how nice that is onto Trent.
Excuse me.
G2 have lost all signs of control so far into this map. Last few rounds all going away Sen. They've dragged it up even 4-4.
Let's go Sen.
They've tried to do just the same thing.
That guy.
They had to bring 3 and it still didn't work.
That's what I'm saying, man. Next time, bring the whole stack. Zekken might get an ace. He's been incredible. He's at the top of the scoreboard again, 9 and 6. Arguably a slightly less hot start than Haven, but who's measuring?
Yeah, undeniable, I think, in terms of it.
He's been amazing at the start of both of these.
Exactly.
But it wasn't enough for Sentinels on Haven. Once the gears really started turning for G2, they found more and more ways of being able to get around him and abuse the gaps. But this half, Josh RT's been forced to hit the red button because Valen's run into a bit of a brick wall here.
Yeah.
He doesn't know how to apply a ramp pressure without running into Zekken. And you could argue, all right, well, let's do something fast. Let's stun, let's salvo, let's take a ramp quickly. Well, one of the reasons why teams don't tend to do that is, what if the Breach and Teho are there and then they just ult you and you die and you just lose the round within the first 5 seconds? So fast A ramp takes are notoriously difficult against Breach Teho comps. They're gonna go for it though, anticipating that Sentinels are gonna be still leaving that weakness on A.
There's a half by round here for G2. Throwing anything at the wall here, Valen, TP forwards. Already back up onto this line. Jump spot looking for the info. Zekken isolated into the corner, salvos. He's going to make his position now all the more important. TP doesn't really know where Valen is playing forward. Still, he's going to get out of there. Side opened up, but as we've already mentioned, the use, or at least the ults, should be good, but a pit in your face. Might be second guessing things here. Sentinels, they do have the tools to deal with it.
G2 are so good at playing around these ultimates and creating close sight lines to make the stingers work.
Dimensional Drift even used on his own here, trying to spot out most of these players. 2 up through heaven, 1 just making his way over towards ramp. So Cornelin letting his team know it's all being cleared out nice and pretty now towards the back. It's Zekken's turn. Ping's going to be highlighting all sorts here, but now it is used. Armageddon on either side here, alternating. This is going to be a bit chaotic onto the Cypher, but a moment. Kevin, can you pass your way through? Salvos denying the defuse entirely, but swinging out through the back, and Trent left into the 1v1 ultimately. Time ticking, time ticking! G2!
साला ये ट्रेंड हमेशा मैच होता है यार.
And that is what happens when you give G2 a post plant. This is why we were talking about Sen need to be fighting them in the choke point. This time, G2, they barrel through with a huge amount more utility to push Zekken away. And once they get the site for free, it doesn't matter how good your retakes are. You're going into a pit, you're going into ultimates. And if Trent's the last one alive, you're going into salvos as well. It is so difficult to win clutches against Trent. And now G2 swap things up. They've been going towards A ramp for the last 3 rounds in a row. Now, the focus elsewhere. Back towards zellsis. And the resources have been pulled away from him. Same aftershock one way over towards B main, so G2 don't get that for free. But Leaf, you're imagining, is going to be playing this one passive, but just as I say that he's calling for reinforcements from the rest of the team. Valen is so determined to make A ramp a weakness.
Yeah.
But if you're not taking it quick with the breach utility, are we not just going to see the same thing where Zekken sprays down 2?
They're contacting for it. Oh, okay. Do you really want to take that fight again? Zekken is even thinking about potentially taking up the space again. Still holding down his ground with a gate crash behind. Leaf was just trying to set up. And as soon as he is, Zekken strikes.
And now all of that information is going to get fed over to John Cutie. They know that they're not ending A. It was Leaf alone. No trade came through. Sen can get ready for a B pop, a B split, something like that is almost certainly going to be happening.
Just calling a little bit easier here. Drone, gotta be careful. Broken. Jorg's not taking any chances. Sam was over towards the top here with the paranoia. Lay it down. Alongside, it's going to be offloaded. Viper's Pit. It's going to be hiding now, blanketing the site ever so slightly here for Sentinels, but time is of the essence of G2. They need that move on. 20 seconds left, a bit of stray spam and hoping, running and gunning. And some prayers for them. Jumping down and away, around to the side. Now Raid is handed! A multitude of kills, all to his liking, and poor Jonah P. Not much to do in this spot.
They challenged the pit and they lost. Some of those are just going to come down to timings, but Sen had the read. They knew what their protocol was going to be if they got pushed into a site there. zellsis was ready with the ultimate. And encompasses John QD and Narrate inside to play three strong in there. And in a round like this, yes, it ends with zellsis' ult on B, but it starts with Zekken locking down a ramp again.
Yeah.
The only round where they've been able to stop him was when they went fast with utility towards him.
I'm getting a lot of word kills.
I'm finding it surprising as well at this point, G2 not leaning towards trying to take mid-control, which seems weaker. Still trying to brute force their way past Zekken.
Well, this is another eco round.
Money's not good. That's a no-scope, okay. Look at a draw there with the outlaw in hand. Sees the cross though with the bodies and knows that the fight's going to be coming hot, fast and heavy here, but already lead's going to be raining down and bodies toppling and falling in through the choke points. No real chance in hell now for G2.
And this wasn't even a stinger buy for G2. It was so much of an eco, but they only had the sheriffs to work with, so not even fast through the choke point. Much less sting, and Sentinels should be good here to get up to 6.
Disciplined, Zekken's holding it. John onto the corner.
Narrate has kept hold of this breach ultimate. We're about to go into the final round of the half. G2 have been the ones, I think, running their heads into a bit of a brick wall. And Zekken's been so good. Apart from that one round, he's just had firm control over towards A-ramp.
One enemy remains. Long.
Valen, at least for the moment, pulls his troops away from that A-ramp battle. They're not going to go fast in that direction, but he's been doing mid-round setups of Leaf very consistently.
They're going to take mid-control, looks like.
Leaf changes where the orb is, so that's a nice adjustment. Makes it much more difficult for Zekken to play around while the rest of his team is in mid and B.
Creeping up now onto the angle, zellsis. Here's a test for you. Side
Hello.
Yes, bro. Sentinel ने take over कर लिया है split. Defense पे तो.
डिफेंसिव मैप पे वो उन्होंने टेक ओवर नहीं किए हुए हैं.
भाई उनको ए पे घुसने ही नहीं दे रहा Zekken.
वही कर रहा है वो, बार-बार मार रहा है उसे.
उसमें मार दे रहा है. और G2 भी चूतियों की तरह वापस जाया जा रही है.
ओए यार जो बॉटल ओपनर से आपने जोड़ा.
That space here, but they have given up heavy control. This does put the Sentinels players
in the spot.
Well,
squeeze.
They've got the breach though to relieve this pressure. Narrate's got to be good with it.
He's behind most of his team though. He can't really use it to try and actively help them out. And Jogamo straight in. First into the breach. Round to the side. And there it is. The team stun in action. And John QD not long for the world. Narrate. He's tucked now towards the side. A double face and discipline.
6-6 हो गया.
All it takes to dismantle it. Zekken and Bang now left. See what they can do. Quick play, flash through. Against this many players, nigh impossible. 6-6. G2 really finding it tough, I think, to get through. A semblance of those rounds here, saved by the fact that they were able to get those openings.
Sen could have definitely set up a better triple setup on that B side to work around the breach ultimate. You saw zellsis, and John basically died before Narrate could get any value out of that.
As a team stun.
Yeah, and forced to breach on his own teammate because the setup wasn't really there. But okay, an even half. Battle back and forwards. And remember that this is the
मुझे मेरे कोच ने बोला कि it's better to peak first than to get peaked.
Actually great for them. It's so winnable to put us back 1-1 in the series.
Even for now,
So you always want to peak first.
Yes.
When they least expect it. तो मेरे को तो इसलिए बोला था कि मैं डुलिस खेलता हूँ.
This goes for Sentinel as well, but ये क्या है? ये रेड बुल क्या एड्स बनाती है?
Nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull
हाँ ये ऑर्डर करो। वेट अ सेकंड, मेरा कूल बग खुल नहीं रहा।
कूल बग मंगाया? कोई रेड बुल मंगा रहा था।
रेड बुल और कूल बग मिक्स करके पीता हूँ।
लॉल, व्हाट द हेल?
हाँ क्रैनबेरी कूल बग और रेड बुल मिक्स करके ट्राई करना एक बार बस।
ओके आई विल।
इट इज सो गुड मैन।
भाई मैं तो अभी सोच रहा हूँ मैं कल सोऊंगा कब। देख आज मैं अभी 9 बजे तक तो जाग रहा हूँ क्योंकि कॉलेज जाना है मेरे को एग्जाम के लिए।
क्या बोल रहा है? रुक जा, मैंने हेडफोन्स नहीं पहने। हाँ बोल।
अरे मैं बोला था कि मेरे को जाना है अभी कॉलेज, कल एग्जाम है।
मेरा भी है।
फिर मैं आके 5 बजे अपनी मीटिंग है।
मीटिंग में क्या डिस्कस करना है?
कॉम्स डिस्कस करेंगे सारे मैप के, और कौन क्या खेलेगा इसके लिए आधा घंटा ले रहा हूँ मैं। भाई तू ये देख शीला गेमिंग जो है ना असेंशन से आई है।
एक बार अन्या दाल ग्रिप से मैं खाट दे टूटी जैसे यार सही है। अन्या है तू मैंने एक बाइट टॉप एक बाइट हैपन की तो मैं मंगा ही आप वो चीज ना आगे अपने मोटिवेशन यार तुम वो चीज एक बाइट ना नोटा इस एकदम मोट में
had John QT's number in terms of the calling.
Finding
a footing though this time on split. And honestly, Valorant almost outcalling himself to a degree. They were absolutely tunnel visioned on trying to remove Zekin towards the tail end of that half. And so far for Sentinels, if they can keep this up, staying one step ahead of G2, that's well they'll find their first map win in this best of 5.
On the pistol, looks like Sentinels want to take some A ramp control really quickly. Can be dangerous doing this into breach Tejo, because that stun salvos at the start of the round is always a possibility.
ये देख अपना वाला।
Yeah man, वो उनका वाला है अपना वाला नहीं।
सब अपने को कॉपी करते हैं यार। We are so much inspirational gamers.
Combining forwards now and paving a way to success.
मर जाएगा ये तो ट्रेंड तो बहुत रिस्क है।
नहीं ट्रेंड के पास अभी भी HP फुल है।
And this is where you get to see if Sentinels can be perfect in these post-plant spots.
This is reactive, feeling the heat there from Leaf, and now he's going to be rejoined by the rest of his team.
बस मैं आउट करूँ नहीं तो कर दो।
So safe for the salvos, which are back in 10 seconds.
Drag this one out all the way forwards. A lot of util being expended. Out towards it. John not even creeping around for the backstab. He wants to play just for the salvo timing. Realizing that's the big advantage on top of the players that they've already taken out. Stun forwards. John with a swing. Finally the time to strike is there. Pistol round. Earned up for Sentinels.
That was good.
That's the kind of round that Valin was
That's the beauty, bhai.
For quite a few of the ecos that he ran on the attack side, but it's John that pulls it out on the pistol. Going for fast A ramp pressure, then
अब सेकेंडरी कॉलर वापस मुझे बनना पड़ेगा ना?
Sentinels, a team that are known for their
हाँ ना?
हाँ बोल।
Beautifully here.
अब सेकेंडरी कॉलर वापस मुझे बनना पड़ेगा।
Wow, they don't expect the tail to sit there.
भाई ये लड़की क्यूट दिख रही है।
Position. G2 were caught unaware here.
वो चश्मे में थी
aggro play by G2. Trying to get control towards B main and he sort of
हाँ
उनकी टेक्निक उन पे यूज करोगे।
उनकी टेक्निक उन पे बैड चोद। अब बोल जो ना कि they are using our technique, they are not us. Fuck you bro.
Be too much of a danger.
ले John raid him.
If we're talking about the battle of the minds,
John Phantom लिया।
John Phantom चला रहा है आजकल बहुत ज़्यादा।
That's a fast play down mid in the first 30 seconds, first 20
और
seconds.
split पे वैसे भी Phantom is very good,
हाँ.
हाँ.
More that he can anticipate what's going on, the better Sentinels are going to look. Not necessarily snowball.
मैं भी बोलूँ, let's go Sen.
But being able to get a rifle on board here.
उई.
क्या हुआ?
Bonus round buy.
वापस मैंने माउस पैड पे गिरा दिया।
नहीं मेरा कूलबक का ओपनिंग खुल नहीं रहा था, अब खुल गया शायद।
वाह ये क्या बात हुई?
अरे वो टूट गया मेरा खोलने वाला। यस और जब पेन की खोल दी टैलेंट है भाई।
Such a kiddo you are, Arnav.
पेन से खोल दिया मैंने, बॉटल वेक्टर नहीं था। वही वो
There's the one way. Oh, not even. Just
मेरा
smoke
दोस्त
in
तो
the
हाथ
first
से ही
one.
खोल देता है भड़वा.
No aftershock used, so Sen just take B main instantly.
ऐसे
Bang
पटाख
even
करके
teleporting
आवाज भी
into a
आती
spot where
है
the
हाथ से
aftershock would
खोलता
have
है.
मैं
missed.
शेडी कहता
So
उसे.
that's nice. Bangs already wants to pay.
अरे वो हाथ से क्योंकि कूलबर्ग का होता ही ऐसा कि हाथ से खुल जाए. तो बॉटल ओपनर नहीं चाहिए होता.
पता है मेरे को. अरे बट नहीं कूलबर्ग नहीं कोई भी कांच वाली बोतल से भैंचो हाथ से ट्विस्ट करके खोल देता है कैसे तो.
ओ भाई ऐसा कैसे?
पता नहीं भाई बहुत बियर पी है भाई ने.
Instead, familiar scenes
टेक्निक
were
होगा.
side swapped.
हाँ?
The Viper on the
कुछ
attack.
तो टेक्निक होगा.
Yoru on the defense.
मरे 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 मरे.
Blanketing most of mid here, but
Bang गया.
it's just up from B heaven.
बंगा गया बंगा.
I should say, looking for
बंगा.
Pierce.
Bro, Sen बहुत casual खेल रहा है ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है.
Jorg forced off the line here a little bit.
Time might start to be a problem. Trent has had to give up most of control towards
क्यूटी एक तो लेना चाहिए देख. क्यूटी को एक लेना चाहिए. Not gonna lie.
नहीं मारा तो राउंड गया.
क्यूटी अगर मरा तो राउंड गया.
Especially if that fight goes the way of John, which it does. He's already over. Zealous though steps over it, and Valin just drops him. Cut down at the kneecaps. Paranoia.
तो भी अब तो राउंड गया. अब तो राउंड गया.
Head toppled.
Zekken जिंदा है.
Two players left now to do all they can. Sentinels with no real
But time
to
देख.
work with. 12 seconds.
गया Viper.
Creeping, crawling, walking around, but Zellsis needs to be covered into this spot, and the salvos, well, no access whatsoever to a safe plant. Picked up by Zekken, but at this point, fool's errand to try and go for that one.
चार बंदे मुंह पे घुसेंगे तो ज़कने भी कुछ नहीं कर पाएगा.
Well handled there from G2, considering how much space.
आसपास तो वैसे भी डिफ हो रहा था ट्रेंड से कल.
Even though they were down 4v5.
Zekken से भी हो गया भाई वो तो.
आसपास तो यार एज हो गई भाई आसपास की.
Valin cleans things up in his anchor spot on A.
अरे हाँ आज दिन की वॉच पार्टी में मैंने ना खुद की एक टीम बनाई. बोलते हैं ना एक ऐसा क्या प्रॉपर वो वे में. हाँ
ड्रीम रोस्टर.
ड्रीम रोस्टर हाँ सुपर टीम एकदम जिसमें कोच रहेगी पॉटर. आईजीएल नेट्स. फिर वैलेंस प्राइमरी कंट्रोलर. इनिशिएटर ट्रेंड. ड्यूलिस्ट ज़ेकेन. और एक फ्लेक्स प्लेयर जो होगा वो होगा अपना फोर्सेकन. द बेस्ट टीम इन द वर्ल्ड. फुल चैंप्स जीतेगी ये.
Looking for a brawl, looking to define how this round goes here and now. Who can react faster? That's going to be the question. Util's forwards, flick to the side.
Nice.
They've got the fire in line. Not stopped. Slowed down though. Minute on the mark. Got to take that spike all the way back. And okay, evacuation call for. Well, you're going to be running into Jorgamo.
Well, Jorgamo is trying the same thing.
But he is not Zekken, bro.
Drone.
See?
Couldn't break it. Had to commit. Get all the way to hell.
ओ zellsis मरा. बच गया. मैं पता है अगर इनकी जगह होता ना मैं ना रैम्स वेंट से जाके वो चला जाता बी चला जाता.
Zellsis is the last one standing. They know exactly where he is.
तभी हारे मेरी कॉल नहीं सुनते.
And that's a nice round again from G2. The way that they flood
Potter मतलब तो उसकी है ना
EG की कोच.
EG की लेकिन पहले किस में थी वो?
EG में ही थी.
पहले से.
पॉटर भाई एक लेजेंडरी कोच है EG की.
EG जीती है ना एक बार.
हाँ चैंप्स जीती है. जॉगुमो, डीमन 1, कॉम, बूस्टियो, फिर क्या था एक और टेक्स.
बूस्टियो अभी एनआरजी में है. डीमन 1 अभी EG में ही है.
बूस्टियो एनआरजी 100 थी.
हाँ सॉरी 100 थी.
और डीमन 1 लिवियातान में था और उसको निकाल दिया लिवियातान से भी.
निकाला क्यों?
परफॉर्म नहीं कर रहा था. 149.
Get themselves into a tight, tucked spot. Into the post. Where's the next level of things here? It's an aftershock into the corner once more, but evacuation.
Nah, ये John Cutie ने overcommit किया.
Just trying to lead Sentinels out. Time being bought, Util held, and guns not at the ready here. Valin, right from behind. Nice with the.
ओए Valin shit talk कर रहा है बड़वा.
A round lead now for G2.
उसको बोल मुद्दे के तरफ.
पांच मैप पे भाई.
He omen ults into spawn, so far
अरे
away
5
from
मैप
that
पे अगर
B hit.
3-0 कर दिया सेंटिनल्स को तो
He
G2
needed
हंसेगी
the rest
और
of his team to control the
और
map.
सेंटिनल वापस सीड
And make sure that
सेकंड
they
सीड
smoothed
बन के
it out
जाएगी
before
हट
his
पे
flank could come through.
इस
And
बार
he gave
सेंटिनल्स
him
को
that
जीतना
time.
चाहिए
They played with that patience and he delivered
मेरे को
for
नहीं
them
लगता
with a
सैन
3K.
जीतेगा इस बार।
जीतेगी भाई पिछली बार भी नहीं जीत पाई थी इस बार तो जीतनी चाहिए क्योंकि G2 को हराया है सेंटिनल ने एक बार तो
Talking his talk.
2-0 या 2-1 हराया था
And a tactical timeout.
2-1.
It's normally zellsis that we see standing up, throwing shade over to his opponents, playing the psychological game. I'm sure this series will start heating up even further once we get to, you know, map 3, maybe even map 4 and 5 territory.
Yeah.
At the moment, still in the early stages of this BO5. But you can see with rounds like that.
अरे बट पता है सेंटिनल्स के पास डबल बैन एडवांटेज था ऐसा कुछ था बोल रहे थे
Haven. They were in control for most of that map. Opener in the best of 5 and they lost grip overall towards the tail end. The string of rounds being put together by G2. Currently have 3. Looking for even more. That's what the timeout's for on Sentinels, to put a stop to it.
I talked about this earlier at the very beginning of Split, but G2 are so good at anticipating Sentinels' post-plant aggression. When Sen get into a site, they will try to disrupt the retake by, you know, a variety of different tools, but a little push towards spawn with the breach utility, or a paranoia heaven and somebody gets inside the smoke and goes up ropes. You know, there's always something that they want to be doing to throw off that perfect retake their opponents are trying. But G2 are incredible at anticipating it. It ruined Sentinels last time they played on this map. And in that round 17, it kind of happened again. Leaf, you heard him say, way too predictable about the previous round.
वो भाई भाई लगा ही था मेरे को बहुत।
A lot of respect shown here by Sentinels. Jorgamado, operator in his hand, and he's posted up.
नहीं second मरा
Game of timing, just a shoulder or an elbow, barely peeking out. That's all he needed.
भाई पता है split पे op is very beneficial अगर कोई बंदा अच्छे से use करे.
Jorgamado was forced to fall back off. He didn't want to get traded, and the drone helped set it back up again. Pings as well.
Walking up for now, John's going to have that drone. Got to respect it. Again, Jorg does not want to be caught out into the open as a TP bar. Studs Fang taking a bit of ramp control. Presence noted here by G2. They are reinforcing most of the map over towards the A side. Smoke dropped. They're calling for the swing as that smoke does blossom and bloom. Jorgen was already found the one Armageddon. Trying to push them past, but locked down into the spot. Jorgen not to be denied. A chance. He's already picked up 3 into the round.
Exactly.
Now left to pick up those pieces. Upgrade found, but in a 1v3, what can you do?
Bang ने एक sexy clutch किया, फिर Narrate ने किया, फिर Zacket ने भी किया, अब इसका बारी है.
Wow, and he's going to make the difficult decision to save in this.
Narrate by Marshall ने भी कर लिया.
Jorgamado has similar impact to Zekken. Incredible 3K with the operator in his hands though, rather than a Vandal. But a very different way of getting that value. Instead of getting a crazy spray down.
I think America's is very much easier than
Pacific.
Pacific, yeah.
Nah.
Gets supported by teammates again for a triple swing. He swung into the site with his op at the same time as
You look what technical.
This, all of the players are focused on those screens players.
Bro, बहुत technical है भाई, America's वाले.
And then he's able to
Pacific वाले util dump है.
So much teammates.
नहीं, util dump नहीं भाई, W gamer है भाई, Pacific वाले.
हाँ, Tens बोलता है ना कि Pacific is the hardest to play against.
हाँ भाई तो.
क्योंकि they are very good aimer और वो बहुत aggressive खेलते हैं.
Second half running away from them. They can't find the adaptation that they need. And you can't be going down 0-2 in a BO5 where you had double map ban.
No.
It is so tough to run that reverse sweep. And the psychological stuff going on in your head as well.
So can we play one on Thursday and one on Saturday?
ऐसा खेलना है?
हाँ, तुझे खेलना है अभी कॉम्प खेलना है?
कॉम्प खेल सकते हैं.
मुझे आज से आना पड़ेगा.
हाँ, आप तो Ascendant 2 वाले हो गए हो. मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, तू मेरे अकाउंट से आ, मैं मेरे ऑल्ट से आता हूँ.
ठीक है, अकाउंट दे दे.
तेरा अकाउंट तेरे पास है ना आईडीपी?
हाँ, रचित वो भाई आईडीपी भाई, तुम्हें तो स्क्रिप्ट की याद दिला. रचित प्लेस.
हाँ बस आगे. अरे मत बोल, स्ट्रीम है.
TAP last year, making sure that they don't lose
गांड
again.
फाड़ दे मेरी.
Defenders one, they don't know where the TP is, but finally, okay, set your sights onto
तेरा
a
नंबर भी रिवील कर देता हूँ.
coming. Anchor smoke's going to be laid down on top of it. Double TP into the back. That's paranoia. Should be a connection onto a multitude of them. Just a clone, but not going to be faked out for too much longer. 25 seconds left. Sen, the call for the pause. During the moment for just a bit.
But there's so many defenders here.
Here it is. You
मैं लॉग आउट कर दूँ ना?
और क्या? वो क्या हुआ दिखा दिखा.
Open access to the bodies here.
Oh my god, Valen ने सबको मार दिया.
चोद दिया, पूरा चोद दिया.
Sen just got penned in a corner, herded into the back of the B site, and
Asre
everybody on
साले.
G2 waiting for them to make that move.
भाई लीव तो बोलता ही है Sen just play on heroics.
5 rounds in a row.
And we have a great team play. They are easy for us.
Is having a great game. He found so much impact.
We're bouncing on each other. Hey, yo.
Bouncing on each other.
Of course, I mean they're playing off each other.
They're playing off each other so well. One person pings and the other person pongs.
Exactly. That's what they.
हाँ देख, अबे वो बोले थे. Silent clear.
Don't get any funny.
क्या?
Ping pong. Ping pong का देख उसमें reference दिया वो बोलता है. One person pings and other person pongs ऐसा करके बोला.
मैं वही तो बोल रहा हूँ.
Looking to try to take some skirmishes
Bang.
and just end.
Banga.
Yes. G2 have always had the read.
मैं पता है इसके लिए पता है क्या सोच रहा हूँ अगर हम डबल कंट्रोलर खेले ना तो बुशी भाई को वाइपर देना है और मेरे को
खोल देगा,
ओवर
alt खोल देगा, ये alt खोल देगा, ये alt खोल देगा. I'm damn sure. खोल दिया
To
साथ.
get out of here, yeah, the gate crosses there. Zakun barely out of dodge. He's just waiting for the last possible moment. Dramatic effect and all, but
एक तो ज़ेकिन ने पता नहीं ये क्रॉसर क्यों रखने चालू कर दिया इतना बड़ा.
मैं भी बड़ा क्रॉसर यूज करता हूँ. मतलब मैंने चालू किया है.
Good trade. Sentinels though, time to shine for them. Rolling Thunder cleaving his way through the site. Now they've got the B site open access.
आ रहा है क्या तू?
हाँ on हो रहा है बस.
Reaction and there's the follow-up balance right there. Paranoia
Ooh,
through narrate.
narrate.
Step up towards it and
Wait, zellsis got a flank. नहीं वो heaven है.
Now retake with the op. Zellsis
मरेगा ऊपर मरेगा. हाँ मर गया.
9-11 very explosive.
Much better round from Sentinels. They were able to generate picks before they hit the site by fighting for B heaven control. Instead of doing a bit of a non-committal take of map control and then ending with a site pop, they find a way.
पर मुझे ना वैलेन से एक्चुअली डर लगता है पता है वैलेन बहुत अच्छा खेलता है कंट्रोलर पे.
Actually भाई, that good player he is.
Hello. It feels awkward playing with myself.
Playing with myself? Oh yeah. भाई क्या म्यूजिक ऑन करके रखा है तू? मैं बंद कर दूं? मैं बंद कर दूं?
अरे मैंने बंद नहीं किया था इसमें.
तेरे
है बंद नहीं हो रहा है. हाँ. रुक जा साउंड इफेक्ट. नहीं म्यूजिक ऑल म्यूजिक.
VLR चालू रख रहा हूँ.
VLR चालू है?
मैं चालू रख रहा हूँ.
अच्छा तो VLR पे देखेगा अभी?
हाँ मतलब बार ऐसे.
हाँ तो मैं स्ट्रीम बंद कर दूँ एक बार इस पे डिस्कॉर्ड पे.
हाँ कर दे. मतलब नहीं अभी पैसे भी स्ट्रीम. आज ब्राइटनेस उसी कर दो.
अर्णव मैं तेरे को एक वो भेजूं क्या? मैं आज से एक चीज एक वार्म अप यूज कर रहा हूँ. लाइक वो हैंड स्ट्रेचिंग और वो रिस्ट इंजरी से बचने के लिए एक स्ट्रेचिंग एंड क्या बोलते हैं मसाजिंग टेक्निक्स है हैंड की. लाइक इट हेल्प्स यू इम्प्रूव इन गेम आल्सो. ये अप्रूव्ड है बाय प्रो प्लेयर्स लाइक क्या बोलते हैं वैलेंट एंड ऑल.
खाली से तो ओनली बिजी रेड बुल क्या गई? ये क्या गई? सामने जो खाली से.
G2 took this map bro.
ओए
SOL
है. रेडिएंट कोच है उसका वार्म अप है मेरे पास. वो मैं तेरे को भेज सकता हूँ. उससे बेटर है वो.
वो भी भेज दे. वो भी भेज दे.
कोच है उसका.
हाँ वो तो है बट मैं तो उसके लिए कि लाइक हैंड एक्सरसाइजेस
एक्टिवेशन है. वार्म अप एम रूटीन perfect aim training method to improve in Valorant Radiant routine.
Wow,
क्या
bro.
है? Not gonna lie, this is the best aim guide to how to do your aim training in this video. He breaks down every factor involved that impacts your aim. But if you are impatient like me, here's in game range warm up routine 30 minutes. Horizontal aim steadiness, all round flicking, El Clasico P2, El Diablo. Everyone hates this. Tracking, switch target practice, sweet spray transfers, 10 on 10, cool boy training. ये क्या है? Select jet and active the ult, take different jump and updraft, speak with her ult on practice bots. The end game for warm up, one DM with no audio, just music. Simulate a gun game, change between relevant weapons, 2 kills or deaths, classic sheriff, spectre, bulldog, vandal, phantom, op plus and cyclate. I did this and I am already feeling pumped up. Oh why? ये तो चूतिया है.
कौन?
No, मेरा IGL वाला ex IGL.
Oh wow. Bro, 2-0 हो गया.
My God, man. 3-0. G2 wins.
Yes. नहीं Pearl है. Pearl G2 का अच्छा नहीं है.
Match found.
Pearl is the
Who said?
weakness of G2.
Who said?
I am saying it.
साले अपने G2 का कौन नहीं T1 का यूज करते G2 का करते हैं ना.
T1 का करते हैं.
T1 करते whatever man.
Whatever,
Your mummy is
man.
my honey.
What the fuck?
अरे सर लिखा है इधर. I'm just gonna use Rena.
You goose Rana.
Rena. हाँ.
लाओ तो नहीं माउस वालो
तू
आसू
અહીંયા આમ પડી હતી આ કે તો થયું
હું કીધું ગાણો તો હું કીધું અરે શું બોલ હું મારું તો
આમ હોય કોઈ દિવસ
કેમ કે હું સ્ટેબલ કરી મૂકું
આમ હોય માણસ તો તું પાછળથી મૂકે તો બંધ કરી દે. હા જો અગર હું આમ બેઠો મને ફીલ થઈ જાય મારા હાથ નીચે.
Bro is getting scolded by his little sister, Lamau dude.
Little sister के
Little brother.
बात कर रहा है बेचारे बात dodging is happening.
हेलो
Hello.
हेलो
Hello. Take Sentinel.
छोकरी कॉल दिया
Take Sentinel, bro.
मैं जो GA
आए?
देखो गे बोल रहा है.
Yo, I know your brother is freaky like you.
Less freakier but same.
Of course, cause you are the actual
Match
gay.
found.
Freaky gay.
Yeah, freak boy grey.
Grey?
Grey बोल रहा हूँ मैं grey. अरे भाई I'm tweaking man.
You're tweaking? Lamau dude.
Oh my god.
Lamau dude.
Insta look.
Lamau dude.
Oh bro, Lamau dude.
Oh, bro is playing KO. Bibidi babidi doo. Where are you? Bibidi babidi boo. Where are you? We just need one controller, man. One controller and one sentinel. Yeah, we got a sentinel. Shapid bhai, controller le le.
Rapid. Bro is rapid, he cannot play.
Can you play Sova? तो मैं Viper ले लूँगा. Viper ले लो या तो मैं Viper ले लेता हूँ.
मत ले Viper. It's fine. Don't take Viper. Play whatever you want. Don't listen to this nigga.
Ayo, bro, don't hurt my feelings, yaar.
Wherever they run.
Okay, play, guys. Let's play. We win this.
Anyways, who's listening to you?
Fuck you, Jet. Fuck you.
दादा मत बोल ठीक है.
Sorry, man. एक तो साला ये OBS मेरे को वापस वो करना पड़ेगा यार. मैं ना अभी तक इस अकाउंट पे 4 गेम खेला हूँ, जिसमें लोटस पे जीता हूँ, सनसेट पे जीता हूँ, पर्ल पे एक जीता हूँ, एक हारा हूँ, और पहला आइस बॉक्स है इस अकाउंट का।
मुझे क्या लग रहा है तेरे मेन अकाउंट से पहले तो तेरा अल्ट अकाउंट रैंक अप हो जाएगा।
मेरे को भी अब ये फील हो रहा है, मैंने इसके लिए बोला कि मैं अपना अकाउंट चेंज कर लेता हूँ।
लेकिन इट्स फाइन। मिस्टर स्पाइक प्लस मिस्टर स्पाइक वर्सेस स्पाइक गेमिंग।
आए?
ओह मिस्टर लॉल्स मिस्टर स्पाइक वर्सेस लॉल्स गेमिंग। नेवर माइंड।
भाई तू क्या सोचता है अर्नव, मेरे को टेंस माउस ले लेना चाहिए कि लॉजिटेक जी प्रो एक्स सुपर लाइट 2 डेक्स एडिशन, या फिर रेजर वाइपर
वो
V3 Pro?
₹200 का डेल का माउस है ना, वो ले लो।
नहीं यार, वो माउस मेरे ग्रिप में हैंड स्टाइल के लिए नहीं बना है। You know, I prefer a mouse for my grip style.
मेरे को तो कोई भी माउस चलेगा भाई। आई जस्ट वांट टू प्ले।
भाई लगता है कोई भी माउस चलेगा, अभी तू माउस चेंज करेगा, छोटे माउस पे आएगा, फिर पता चलता है।
भाई मेरे माउस तूने देखे नहीं है कैसे कैसे थे। मेरे हैंड कैम देखना मेरा, उस पे है बहुत सारे हैंड कैम है मेरे लाइव पे। भाई क्या क्या माउस यूज करता था मैं भाई। सेकंड हैंड माउस यूज करता था, एकदम छोटा सा था, उसमें मिडिल क्लिक होता ही नहीं था, तो मेरे को 1 to 1 करके स्विच करना पड़ता था। तो सोच भाई मैं कैसे खेलता था।
भाई मेरा हाथ बैठा हुआ है उस माउस पे। कल मैं वो माउस सही करवाने के लिए दे रहा हूँ, एक बार ट्राई कर रहा हूँ।
तेरे को पता है जतिन भाई माउस पैड के बिना खेलते हैं।
द फक?
हाँ जतिन भाई एक टेबल पे माउस रखते हैं।
क्यों?
बस
ब्रो नॉट पॉसिबल यार। उनका कार्बन फाइबर वाला टेबल होगा, वो जो आता है ना पीसी पे।
पागल है तू, पागल है कार्बन फाइबर वाला टेबल लाएंगे वो।
अरे कार्बन फाइबर मतलब वैसा वो माउस पैड मटेरियल वाला आता है ना।
नहीं उनका वुड का है।
नॉट पॉसिबल भाई, उनका माउस।
मेरा पिंग
Ew man, your ping is so crazy. Are you playing from Pakistan, bro? You playing from Pakistan?
Sydney.
Sydney Sweeney.
रेना वापस आएगा तो मैं रीस्टार्ट करूंगा।
भाई 913 दोनों 913 हारे हैं।
Standing ahead.
If I get one, I am cracked.
Reloading.
Omen in smoke.
Plant.
Kill plant.
Reloading. Trap destroyed.
Flank.
One flank.
My KJ is in sight.
Spike down
Jet.
A. Last
Jet,
player
what are you
standing.
doing, bro?
इसको बोल मेरा पिंग देख।
Bro, ping. His ping is too high.
Okay,
Anyways.
What if they don't remake?
I still can't get
Yeah,
over that
they'll
owl
remake.
silver. It's so cute.
What if they?
Why is it so
they
cute?
did.
Oh shit, I lost my pen.
Finally भाई बहन के रोडो जब पिंग नहीं आती तो डुएलिस्ट
तेरी बहन की पुस्सी।
बहन की पुस्सी। That was funny man. Not gonna lie.
ले एक बार करके आ रीस्टार्ट।
It's fine. मेरा बस रीस्टार्ट का दिक्कत था तो DQ हो गया।
Zekken is 269 ACS and Jogumo is 172 ACS only. I think Zekken deserve a better team than Sentinels. Nah bro, Sentinel is the best.
Match found.
वापस वो केव आएगा और मैं जेटी इंस्टॉल करूंगा देखना।
वो केव नहीं आने वाला वापस।
मैं रेना लूंगा रेना। आ गया
हैं?
हाँ देख।
हेलो ब्रो।
अरे भाई म्यूट कर दूंगा नहीं तो।
Oh my god.
ये अलग है कोई तो। क्या हुआ भाई?
कह रहा हूँ माइक म्यूट कर ले, गुस्सा आ रहा है मेरे को।
बंदी छोड़ के चली गई।
जाते जाते गाली किसी और ने दी थी। तू यार रेना खेल रहा है ना, बाकी मैं तेरे तू रेज या कुछ ऐसा खेलता था, मैं तेरे लिए ब्रीच खेल सकता था।
अबे बेबी प्लीज खेल ही सकता है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। मैं डबल पैच करके पॉप पॉप बूम बूम।
ना मैं ओमन खेलूं, ओमन खेलूं।
ना ना ना, डोंट टेक ओमन।
अरे ब्रिमस्टोन लिया इस झाटू ने।
ब्लैक स्टैबाथ क्या होता है? Everybody to the left. Everybody to the left.
अरे कोई भी नहीं है ओए, पिछले मैच का नहीं है वो।
रिफ्लेक्स ओपी अपने सामने था, मुझे अपने साथ था।
रिफ्लेक्स ओपी अपने साथ था, ओमन था, बट वो सामने वाला था रिफ्लेक्स ओपी।
I know your tricks, Wind Girl. You're not faster than me.
अटैक क्यों आता है भाई हर बार?
शापित है, जय श्री राम है, ओबितो है, एनजीयू फ्रीक बॉय है, नात्सी कून है।
What the fuck is a Nazi?
Give me your classic, nigga. Give me my classic. Yo, give me my classic, bro.
Gun here.
Oh wait, I forgot. You are Reina. I thought you were Jet.
Stun this man, stun this.
Nah bro, I'll flash this. Brimstone मेरे को spike दे दे.
Let's go mid guys.
Spike दे दे. Yes, thank you.
पता है तेरा अल्ट नहीं आने वाला जल्दी से।
Blinding.
उनका रोटेशन आ जाएगा, पिस्टल राउंड है, रोटेट ही कर।
रोटेट करना है।
साइफर का ये आओ साइफर।
Nice.
He's stunned.
तीन है बी पे, आ जाओ यार।
Cannot.
Flash out.
Cannot bro.
Spike down mid.
प्लीज भाई ट्रेड लेना।
कैसे लूं भाई? तेरे पे 4 बचे।
अच्छा।
Crack it. अरे राइट हो गया।
Last player standing.
नींद में गिर रहा है भाई साइपर तो।
Their jet is playing hard to
मैंने
get.
दारू पी रखी थी रात, तो उसको थोड़ा नशा उतरा है। कौन सी दारू पी है भाई? दारू तो मैंने भी पी है। मैंने पी थी रेड लेबल चाय की पत्ती।
भाई 14 साल का बच्चा है, नॉट वन लाइव।
ओए क्लासिक दे। Yes,
let's have some fun.
Yeah na daddy.
Concussing.
Come on, fall back.
Let's go man. Remit pushed है।
Try to walk in.
एक फीवर आ रहा है ना।
जेट अगर साइट मिल गई हो तो मैं आ जाऊं तेरे साथ।
आजा।
स्मोक्स कर लो।
स्मोक में इधर रेंज ही नहीं आ रही।
पास है ना वो।
एक हेवन एक बिल्कुल से हेवन दो।
स्मोक दे दो यार, थैंक यू। मेरे पे स्टन आ गया।
कर दिया।
मेरे पे स्टन है। जस्ट वेट फॉर माय स्टन। मैं सीटी की तरफ खोल के
ठीक है। अरे मां कसम।
One enemy
अरे एक
remaining.
सिटी साइड गया। तुमका क्या है? मेरा
नहीं
क्या है?
ये साइट नहीं, स्क्रीन ही है। सेफ प्लांट दिया।
इधर का प्लांट है।
तो गोली चलाइयो, उधर से गोली चलाइयो।
We bring enough body bags.
ये थोड़ा
राउंड निकाला।
I'm done playing.
Such a big brain player I am, है ना?
विंडो हो गया।
Very much man.
अरे किसी अच्छी इवेंट में।
Now give me my vandal.
यो
तेरी कौन सी है?
रुक जा भाई थोड़ा।
तेरी कौन सी है?
कौन सी है तेरी?
अच्छा ये रूनेशन।
Need a drop.
यो फ्रंटियर चाहिए?
Thank you.
Punch in.
दियो।
Need a drop.
Enemy spotted me.
पीछा जा पीछा जा मैं स्टन दूंगा मैं रैम स्टन दूंगा जेट घुस
अरे बी आना बी
रोटेट करो यार तुम लोग क्या
वाह
अरे यार ये तो गंदा किया यार घुसवा दिया मेरे को भाई
वो पता है रोटेशन आ रहा है
Blinding. Smoke's down.
जाओ
Launching smoke. Molly.
Why destroyed?
Stim beacon here. Spike planted.
तू फ्लैंक पे खेल
पता ही था एक मैंने अरे ना
आ गया
बीच में फ्लैश दे दो तब भी
Last player standing.
इतना ओवर पुश नहीं करना था साइफर बट कोई नहीं नाइस ट्राई माय बैड मैं एबिलिटी लेके ओपन
Brimstone. If you must leave, then leave. Saving.
अब मैं ना स्टन करूंगा भाई थोड़ा फास्ट पेस लेने की कोशिश करो इनिशिएटिव
ठीक है मैं करता हूं पुश
चलो
अरे बड़े जा
मोटा भाई कर दो
नहीं दिस इज गुड शेरिफ पे भी चल जाएगा क्या
चंदो ब्रिज भाई
दे रहा हूं खींचा हुआ है
Got the spike.
भाई इसकी
साइड पे फ्लैश हो
दे दिया मैंने भी दिया
नीचे आ लेफ्ट साइड
दो हेवन
Spike planted.
दो है
पीछे
शॉटगन लगती है भाई मेरी शॉटगन
हाइड गया पूरा हाइड गया
ये 102 है जेट 102 है जेट गन फेंक के मार
One enemy remaining.
भाई थोड़ा सा ना अगर प्लांट हो जाए पीछे पुल बैक करो तुम लोग फाइट लिए जा रहे हो एक बंदा उधर पता नहीं वेंट्स मारा है मिड वाले
The enemy only looks composed.
लेट मैं मारा हूं वेंट्स पे मैं नहीं मारा हूं ये मोटा ब्रीफ मरा है भाई तभी बोल रहा है
फैंटम का अच्छा स्किन है
ये साइफर पे है साइफर
मैं फ्लैश दूंगा पहले या तो रुक जाओ मैं स्टन करता हूं
अल्ट करते तू सीधा डर है
साइड अल्ट कर रहा हूं इन 3 2 1
Begins.
Flash out.
बैक साइड फ्लैश
एक और है फंसा क्या रहना
One enemy remaining.
फ्लैश करा फ्लैश ए यार सिटी मेरे पास आ गया बोल
Spike planted.
40 लो है वो
Blasting.
पूरा 40 मारा पूरा 40
स्टन इन 8
No one beats me. Pay attention. I learned something.
Need a drop.
बीच भाई दी
बीच मेरे को दे
देखो ही दूंगा भाई यू आर माय डुओ गाइस वापस ए क्विक करो ए फास्ट करना
साइड घुस जाते हैं हेवन छोड़ दो
अरे साइड एक बंदा जेट को हेवन जान दो रेना के साथ साइड घुसो ब्रेम और आप दोनों और साइफर मिड से स्लो लिया
You want to play? Let's play.
अरे रेना आया क्यों नहीं भाई
बैक आ जा
सप्रेस था भाई उधर
अरे सप्रेस होने से क्या होगा भाई
फ्लैंक आ गया भाई साइफर टीम के साथ क्यों नहीं खेल रहा तू
Down A.
लर्क तो ठीक था।
अरे अरे तो ट्रैप तो लगा है बैक स्टैब के लिए। लर्क ठीक था तो। और मिड से लर्क होता है जब ए जा रही है टीम तो मिड जा ना। अलग ही पता नहीं दौरे पड़ते भैंचोद।
Give me a moment. I need to set back up.
तो पागल है भाई ये।
चूती है।
अगर रेड लेना बेटर है कि फ्लैश करके दोनों मिलके उससे मारना बेटर है।
तुम लोग यहाँ पे थे वो सारे यहाँ से पीछे चले गए पता है।
सही करो ना फिर वहाँ पे थोड़ा साउंड मत दे साउंड कुछ मत दे।
Enemy spotted. Flash out. Reloading.
ये नहीं मिल रहा। तो कट साउंड करो साउंड कट करो वापस रीड कर।
दो ए बैठे दो उधर है तो मोस्ट प्रोबब्ली एक दो ही होंगे।
मैं ब्लाइंड ले सकता हूँ।
अरे क्या मारता है भाई ये। मेरे को दिखा भी नहीं है उसने मारा मतलब मेरे को।
दो में।
Last player standing. Spike down B.
बस साइफर इतना लंबा लर्क मत करने ना। थोड़ा गेम सेंस लगा। थोड़ा टीम के साथ खेलना कि अगर मिड पे नई स्पेस मिली टीम के साथ पुशिंग करेगा। तू उधर लंका में जाके पहले ही मर जाता है भैंचोद।
चल मारना चुप हो जा। खेलना दे डिफेंस निकालेंगे। इसमें टिल्ट मत हो।
एक करो मित्र।
अगर अटैकिंग मैप पे तो डिफेंस में टिल्ट नहीं होने का।
आना मेरे साथ एक बंदा।
इसको तो मेरे ही पीछे पड़ा है।
पुश मार रहा हूँ।
Get out of my way.
Beacon down. Flash out.
Reloading.
कैसे कुछ कर डोलस की तरह।
अरे
ते बाप का घर हो वैसे।
Spike down mid.
Cage trigger. Cage spike.
Last player standing.
Now remember, wipe the pins from your guns. It's just good crime scene etiquette.
एक साथ रश करने का ट्राई करते यार।
भाई एक राउंड में मर गया ही बंदा मेरे पीछे पड़ गया। रहना अच्छा नहीं
ये कौन सा खुद अच्छा है भैंचोद।
साइड दो साइड किसों में हेवन वाला।
क्या कर रहा है डब्ल्यू को कर रहा है। डब्ल्यू से टेक वापस डब्ल्यू करेगा।
Clearing out. Flash out. Worthless. My ult's ready.
नाइस वन कर दे। इनपे तो स्लो होगा उनका। हेवन टिक दे रहा है।
Last player standing.
हाँ तो क्या बस।
One enemy remaining.
रेना को तो 121 दिया।
140. I can't do a shit, bro.
Look your enemy in the eye. It helps with accuracy.
आओ सेम करो.
Oh, why are your lobbies so hard, man? I don't get it.
I also don't get it, bro.
Should I just play raw aim and don't support the team?
Yeah,
That
just
is
play
a-
raw aim, bro.
Okay, then I'm
रहने मत जाते.
coming with it. I'm not even listening to him.
कोई नहीं आ रहा.
मैं तो कॉम्स बंद कर देता हूँ आधे गेम में बस. Yeah, play raw aim.
आधा बात है.
फ्लैश दे रहा हूँ 3 2 1.
लो है, क्लोव लो है.
हेवन है,
Confirm
हेवन
मिल
है,
जाएगा
हेवन है.
इनको.
स्मोक कर दे. प्लांट कर.
Right here.
मेन आएगा. फ्लैंक पे. चल मारना वो है. प्लांट भी तुम्हारा ही है, कुछ मत करना. इधर डाल के पीक देना.
Last player standing.
I don't understand it, bro. कि players इतने dumb क्यों है? मेरे players ही dumb क्यों है? सबसे पहली बात. Bhai, that's why I just want कि अपना है ना कल से week on हो रहा है ना तो we'll play 5 stack bhai.
Will they try the same old tricks?
We just need to play 5 stack. Eco करना है क्या? Bhai नहीं आएगा.
मैं तो कर रहा हूँ भाई.
हाँ तू तो छोड़. हाँ करना ही पड़ेगा.
The hunt begins.
Open B. भाई साहब क्या मार गया मुझे.
यार. दो है बी पे.
I got the spike.
रोटेशन आ गया पूरा बी पे. ए चले.
ए चल.
Flash out.
You had your fun.
भाग जा.
कबूम.
Blinding.
हेवन होगा देना. हेवन होगा.
Trevor.
वो तो गया.
My bad. Pushing.
तू सेफ खेल पूरा बस. पीक मत दे.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
मुझे लग रहा है एल्बो ही होगा.
30 seconds left.
हाँ. मैं हमेशा लास्ट बंदे से मर रहा हूँ यार.
Last round before the switch.
Don't be. Spend it all before it's gone.
बीच करते साइफर 2 मिनट से आ जाओ. ब्रीच आ जा. लास्ट राउंड है कुछ नहीं आ रहा वैसे.
तो शूटर मत डालो यार. सर पीक करता बस.
मेरे पास अब एक ही फ्लैश है. मैं वैसे नहीं डाल रहा.
वॉक करो ना. वो पीक देगा यहाँ पे.
हाँ वो जेट आएगा.
Right here. You want to play? Let's play.
आगे जाओ. जेट डैश के है.
Spike down B.
यार वो स्पाइक लेके
Spike
आता है.
down B. Last player standing. Flawless. Switching sides.
One of my cameras is broken. Okay.
ठीक है लेना. कुछ भी पुश करते हैं.
Watch and learn.
हेवन गया जेट
हेवन हाँ हेवन डीप आ गया है
Walker side. Already seen.
You're nothing.
Go one HP.
Spike
Help them.
down A. Last player standing.
एक बंदा यहाँ कैसे मरा है?
अरे भाई यहाँ से पुश कर गया वो। हेवन कोई देख नहीं रहा, दो बंदा साइड खेलेंगे तब कैसे होगा?
कौन मेरे साथ कौन सा खेल रहा था ये लोग?
प्लीज
नहीं दिखा मेरे को तो।
तू चला जाता ऊपर। ऐसे भी तो स्मोकर देखो, दोनों साइड स्मोक करना होता है। क्या बोलते रहते हैं भाई लोग? क्यों नहीं लग रहा मेरा शॉट्स? फक यू।
Last player standing.
क्लासिक फ्लेक्स कर रहा है, ओ माय गॉड।
Spike planted. Long. Match point.
And the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
बीच तेरे पास आई
Down.
Cannot help it.
You're nothing.
डोएबल रहना जा गन लेके जा
तोड़ दे ट्रैप तोड़ दे
One enemy remaining.
हेवन है वो
Shoot the bad guys. How's that for a plan? Right here.
Yeah.
Sit still.
One enemy remaining.
अभी 4v1 मत थकना बस तो हो जाएगा।
अच्छा वन वे है क्या?
लो है खेला मत जाना। स्पाइक है क्या आपने को? ये चले जाओ टाइमिंग पे मारो।
Not one left.
तू मेरे साथ खेल रहा है, मेरे साथ खेल। ये पे आ जा, ये पे खेल।
We move in. Got it?
तू साइड खेल रहा है या तू रैम्स खेल तेरे पे पुश होगा मैं स्टन कर दूंगा।
मैं इधर से करूंगा और लिपिक तू स्टन दे और फिर पूरा घूम के हेवन जाओ।
अच्छा मैं स्टन दूं पहले?
हाँ स्टन दे।
वो वाला ठीक है
यार थोड़ा बड़ा क्रॉसर चाहिए, बहुत छोटे में देना।
तू टेंस वाला यूज कर ले, करी वाला यूज कर ले ना, करी वाला इज गुड। फिर बड़ा चाहिए तो
बड़ा नहीं है वो, टेंस वाला कर। संदे
हेवन गया क्या कोई?
हेवन है हेवन है
Blinding. And hadn't ready. Too late. You had your fun. Spike down A.
80 टैग नाइस रोटेट कर रहा है नेक्स्ट स्पाइक है स्पाइक है देखो मैं साइल कहता हूँ इधर ही नाइस वैंडल कहाँ से मिला सर
पिछला राउंड उठाया था
Just let them try to catch me.
Wanna do the same shit? Yeah.
No. It's fine.
Okay.
हाँ.
The hunt begins.
Wait. आंदे से आंदे बाहर आए.
Here.
Spike planted.
Flash out.
Reloading.
Blinding.
Screens के पीछे.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Side. Take the EX of Vandal, please.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
Yo, give me your Vandal, I guess.
Need a drop. Thank you.
अच्छा उन्होंने फैंटम उठा ली. स्टैक मत करो भाई इधर बी पे.
तो तू बॉल बैक करते हैं रीकी कर लेंगे.
नहीं बी मैं ए पे अल्ट कर दूंगा स्टॉल करने के लिए. बी है वैसे भी.
Enemy spotted B. क्यों स्मोक कर दिया?
Enemy spotted mid.
कुछ भी मार दिया उसको. फ्लैश में मारो. और करना मेन पे.
मिड अल्ट कर दूं?
मिड नहीं.
जेट पूरा फ्लैंक आ रहा है.
जीजीस डी है सॉरी ये है साइफर.
Last player standing.
You want to play? Let's play.
Attackers win.
मेरा छोटा भाई अभी तो चालू हो गए. सोना क्या बोल सकता हूँ.
ओके मेरी प्लैट 1 की शील्ड टूट गई. रैंक डाउन प्लैट से होगा. स्टार्ट कर देना.
अर्धो ग्रामी सा कुछ मैं आगे कुछ रोज सारू से यार मैं कंटाळा वाई गयो છે तो तू एंड में आता रहूंगा मैं भी तो शांति रख. एक रामू सुबह बंद कर दे. પણ હું શું કરું મારું પીસી અહીંયા છે તો પોતાને થોડું એડજસ્ટ કરતા તો સાચો પોકવા રહ્યો નીચે સુઈ જા પોકવા. કેટલી વાર શું છું એકલો. કઈ બી બોલો. હા તો નીચે ટીવી છે બે બાય.
पोल मैंने जैसा बोला था क्या हुआ? हेलो हेलो what happened bro? Hello the fuck? अच्छा मैं वही पूछ रहा तो एकदम से चला गया इसके लिए पूछ रहा था। ठीक है ठीक है। Bro got some chota bhai issues. Never mind.
Great job.
Dude, that penguin, he just loves the attention.
He does.
It sickens me.
It does.
It sickens me.
Interesting response.
It's moments about the players, Dan. Get off the stage. Yeah, it's going to be a joy to watch these teams playing a Masters Toronto. And this is another opportunity for them to entertain and grab a trophy before they get there. But also, in context of that tournament at Masters Toronto, whoever wins this gets to skip the Swiss stage. And you were mentioning earlier, Brent, we're expecting a pretty big meta shift heading into Masters Toronto. Whoever skips the Swiss stage gets to watch what all the other teams come up with and adjust without having the pressure of maybe being eliminated from the tournament early.
And that's that extra element. It's a huge advantage. You'd love to have it, especially a team like G2, heavily reliant on the Tejo plays. We know he's going to be nerfed. Meta will be shifting drastically heading into that event.
And I'm sure it's going to affect all the teams. But here and now, this is the composition that teams have settled on for Pearl. And Sen, they are the masters of it. A 10-2 dismantling in the first half. And G2 playing a very slow beginning here. Looking to see where Sentinels are playing. Zekken set up to try to punish any kind of bait play on the Vice wall in B-Link.
Yep.
Now, just judging by Jorgamo's positioning, I'd imagine that G2 are heading in his direction. But Sen go for a reclear, looking to try and grab some information and just miss it.
Salvo's onto the corner. Trying to punish potentially with it, but yet walls up and over. Again, you can navigate it. It's going to slow you down. Just a tad here.
A flash for Zekken. Could go crazy.
Refighting right into the Salvos, though. There is all sorts going on here. Turn up the heat there towards outside lane. Spike's going to be dropped down, but recovered. 25 seconds left. Your options to pivot are limited if you are G2.
But there's nobody actually defending A.
All full evacuation, isn't it? Sentinels are just been reinforcing, but now they're going to hear it. And yeah, okay, noise being made.
But they're going to be late to it. This plant is going to go down without a hitch. G2 with an opportunity of winning a 4v5 post plant.
Like a heist before our eyes, to be honest.
Don't know how they got away with that. Valen, he's looking to try to make the play. And John thinking about it, watching for it. The two IGLs trying to find the timing.
It's all about those mind games here, and what a flash as well. Leap forwards with the fight. Crossfire setup's going to be set up with him and Trent as well. Just a slight peek, backing away. Trying to hope that these players open themselves up into the more, into the classics in hand. Reloads but saved. Trent off to the side, and Leaf has not been denied. Nothing can take this guy down now. 1v2, John. 3 bullets left to do it all. Raps his way. How the hell does that happen? Leaf! It's ridiculous!
He's gotten away with murder in that pistol round. I mean, G2 in general have 25 seconds to pivot all the way from B to A. Sen just didn't think they would go for it.
No.
Instead, 4v5, they get the plant down, and Leaf picks up 4 kills. Valen even finding that timing through water. So, okay, G2 with a pistol. But they're going to need so much more to make this any level of a contest on Pearl. The gap is still 7 rounds with Sen in the lead.
It's the first step in potentially hundreds that need to be taken for G2 to have a chance here.
And we've seen big individual moments from the Sen players. It only takes a couple.
They're stacked up. Doesn't matter that they're on an eco here, they can do some real damage, especially with that util. Sentinels! Filled up the feed in their name, dropping guns towards their back.
Leaf with only a ghost to work with and a drone in his face.
Spotted out, overwhelmed, swarmed into the spot, and this is it. G2 just really rushing into things there, not navigating the spot that they were in, and Sentinels are going to be calling for this, and it's going to be a 3-2-1 swing together, and that makes 11.
Well, if there was any hope of a G2 comeback from a 10-2 half, I think that should have put the knife in the back. Sen with a great anticipation of where this one was ending. And they just all swing out together.
That was a great there.
Yeah, G2 super stuck inside of them, right? They couldn't find a safe area to stand.
Match found.
And Josh RT, he was talking to us in the coach interview about the fact that G2 need to close things as early as possible. You have to think about it as a BO1, because it is possible for Sen to come back in this series. Yeah. They're going into really good maps for them. Pearl, excellent. Ascent, that's the next map. And that's where they crushed the Waylay coming out from G2. So it's entirely possible the Sentinels, when you look at the map pool, could pull off a comeback. Josh is going to be talking to them here about how they can pick themselves up and maybe try to make something happen on Pearl. But it looks a far cry away from being a reality.
If you can go on controller, I can play Initiator Fade.
Josh is going to be telling them 1 round at a time is all it takes, but the Sentinels is exactly what they needed. Weirdly enough as well, with a way to the map veto, landed and laid
Player
out.
1, can you take a good
maps.
Sentinel?
The Sentinels won against G2 near the tail end. Sent an icebox sitting near the back.
And of course, sometimes...
कोई एक Sentinel ले लो. Tracks, can you play Cypher or KJ और Chamber ले लो, Chamber ले लो. You will play Sova, तो मैं Sentinel खेल लूँगा. Sova खेल रहे हो आप? ओके, मैं सेंटी खेल रहा हूँ. Anything, जो आपको comfortable हो.
Process a bit of spam.
Time to jump.
A lot of presence here from G2. They're making it known. Not shy, are they? Knocking straight at the door, to be honest.
They're trying to catch a player that might be playing over towards mid. You know, somebody that's playing in that connector. But instead it's a vice wall here. And they've managed to find the other side of it. So full mid control for G2. A little bit strange as well that when Sentinels took A main, they didn't feed the orb to John QT. Because he would have had the pay ult online.
They go straight past his timing. I don't know if zellsis is going to expect this one. Might be fast, but okay, here's the footsteps. Valin!
Valin's stinger is gross.
Pure disrespect. Gun pick back up here, ferry back. They can't let that one get into enemies' hands, but G2 onto the side here with a bit of a plan of their own as long as there's no funny business. Those go down, straight bullets slowing down Valin, but he's still alive, and now post-one once again, and we're gonna see it. Salvo's up in 15.
Yeah, you have pull, you have salvos, you have people at close range with stingers. It's a hard retake for Sen to win.
George's gonna be that thorn in their side as well.
No charges. No good. Rip and tear. Thorns are alive. Last place.
Spike down B. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
That Reyna won't touch a soul. I'll make sure of it.
Need a drop.
Need a drop.
नहीं शरीफ नहीं है.
Reloading. We win. We survive. Not ready yet. Good hand.
Target down.
Staring off at each
Reloading.
other. A wall in the way.
Right
they track
here.
the money well enough.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Could be missed here. Don't think Zekin's revealed his hand. He's kind of trying to get posted up onto the A line. A lot of util extended.
Focus your hate
He's
at
back.
the enemy,
Gives up the space.
It is wasted on me.
Now we wait.
Okay, go B.
I have the spike. Right here. I need help. Right here.
Blinding crack. Not ready yet. Good hit.
Cutting their vision.
Right here. Right here.
Launching thorns. Thorns activated. Launching thorns.
Right here.
Thorns are live.
Spike.
I have the spike.
Still in sight.
Spike planted. Flash placed. Not ready yet. Good hit.
Close.
That's a kill.
Nice one. One more was there. KJ was there. KJ. 65 hit there.
One enemy remaining.
Nice one.
I don't care how bright you are. You'll never be a radiant. They couldn't kill us. Now they're dead.
I need a weapon.
Chloe, can you buy me?
Now we wait.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Chloe, buy me. Chloe, give me a buy.
Thanks. Move. No charges. Flash placed. Not ready yet. Good hit. Rip and tear. Thorns activated.
Cutting their vision.
Rip and tear. Thorns are live.
My ult's ready.
Blinding crack. Not ready yet. Not ready yet. Last player standing.
भाई ये और ये स्मोक देते हैं यार फ्लो ये और ये
I hate to say it, but probably best
To play as a team. So, what's the plan?
Now we wait. Need to move my wall. Now we wait.
Spike's here.
The fun begins. I got the spike.
spike drop.
My ult is ready. Flash placed. Not ready yet.
Reloading.
Launching thorns. Thorns are live. Rip and tear. Thorns activated. Blinding crack. Not ready yet.
Planted.
My ult's ready. Enemy
spotted.
Good done.
Enemy kill.
Last player standing.
What's this?
Have it in his mind, he doesn't really want to go down to them either. He'd hope to just go down to the spike, but he's revealed. Round to the corner, Trent even gets it. G2 in spots like this, doesn't matter that they're down rounds, they're still thinking about min-maxing.
You know what we should
They are.
do?
That's one of the worries. It's all well and good to say, well, Sentinels at some point will just get up to a huge amount of ultimates and they'll win a round. But if you're never forcing them out of G2, that round's actually going to be dead even. Yeah. It's just going to be chaos. Ults on either side.
No, I love it. भाई तुम लोग थोड़ा साथ में खेलोगे, वो रेना अलग ही जा रहा है, पता नहीं क्यों। तुम लोग को घुसना है, मैं एंट्री ले रहा हूँ आगे। तुम लोग लग कर रहे हो, पता नहीं किस खुशी में। मत तोड़ो भाई, कुछ भी मत करो।
Still in sight.
You are powerless. Too suppressed.
अब रोटेट करो। मेरे पीछे पीछे क्या आना होता है? तुम लोग को खुद में दिमाग नहीं है क्या?
Launching thorns. Thorns activated.
Dropping smokes. Reloading.
One suppressed. Reloading.
Right here.
30 seconds left.
Enemy spot.
Last player standing.
Race it to the spike site.
This round.
There. Reset.
Refreshing.
Last player standing.
Sentinels are putting a premium on trying to hold on to that B-long control. Second at the forefront of it. Drone gets broken. Very much far forward here with a Silk Guard and zellsis. Getting a bit of a move on. He's still going to be caught though, so he's not going to have a gun to try and help Zekken out into this spot. Zekken very much alone. Util used, ult forced out of him just to try and get the hell out of there. Spots the two players making a bit of a wrap around and a move around. Sentinels haven't given up a lot of map control though. The pivot is called for. G2 might find themselves in a bit of a trap.
30 seconds.
Wall chords, it's fakes on fakes, obfuscating where the...
Spike retrieved.
Careful.
Reloading.
Here. Critical hit.
One enemy remaining.
Setup is there. G2. They let nothing slip. They hear it scurrying away. The rifles to remain. At this point, it's becoming a reality. G2, they're feeling empowered.
That was such a nice play out of the strat book from G2. The Astra ult, disguising all of the audio cues so that Jorgamo can teleport into the tiniest little crack at the back of halls. Completely caught zellsis off guard, and G2 don't allow Sen to escape with a single gun.
Jake, your wall is insane, bro.
I might not be there. Taking a wee tip.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not even from the strap.
Improvised.
Josh is writing that one down. Wait, we've got to run that one again.
So wait a minute. Yeah, okay, they think it's A, it's a fake, and Joel gets in.
That was nasty good. I mean, yeah, they've got to ask the players at the end if we get a chance to talk to them.
It's not going to be going through these players' mind, though. Sentinels on our screen here to say.
Enemy spotted me. Right here.
Stealing sight.
Lead is one. Surely
Reloading.
at some point Sen will be able to get it. But thus far, in this half, they've only been able to get the one round, and G2 have had 6.
Reloading.
Trying to be risky here. You're up against the weaker part. He is so far forward, but immediately backing away.
30 seconds left.
We're ready to really jump on the opportunity.
Spike down A.
All in. TP back, salvos. To the team damage. Jormo sets it home forwards first.
Last player standing.
Straight on the side. Tucked up onto the corner though. Zellsis eventually cleaned up there with a trade.
One enemy remaining.
That's all watched for. Plan an attempt to disrupt by Narrate. But this was their half by round. G2 though will be up to 9 as a result of it.
And I said previously, round 19 had to be where Sentinels stopped the G2 comeback. But this next one, with 3 ults for Sentinels, assuming that John doesn't just die to Spike here. Okay, with 3 ults available for Sen, rifles online, and G2 have no ults at all.
The hunt begins!
Blocking sight.
Blinding prep. Flashing! Retrieving flash. Bring me the arsenal! Launching thorns. Thorns are live. Nowhere to run!
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
Placing wall trap.
Enemy spotted A. Gun here.
No peeking.
Rip and tear. Thorns activated. Down. Launching thorns.
Last player standing.
Flash placed. Flashing.
Last round in the half.
Last call for all the things we need to kill him with. Buy up.
will.
Knife deployed.
Drop in a smoke. Right here. Reloading.
You should run. Last player standing. Spike down, attacker spawn. Switching sides. I'll isolate the problem. You crush it.
Last place. Reloading.
Shutting them down.
Blinding. My blind is dead. Spike planted.
There.
One enemy remaining.
Defuse the spike. Reloading.
Didn't expect us to work.
Knife deployed.
Outside of this gig, immortality doesn't have as many day-to-day benefits as you'd think.
Rip and tear. Launching thorns. Retrieving thorns. Retrieving thorn trap. All set. Launching thorns. Rip and tear. Blinding prep.
Enemy spotted B.
Retrieving flash.
Spotted B. Right here. Right here. Right here.
Drop in a smoke.
Wall tripped. Thorns activated. 30 seconds left. Spike planted.
No peeking.
Last place.
insult me.
Flash placed. Flashing. Speak up and ask questions. Assumptions will only get us in trouble.
Chaudhary, hello, how's your day going so far? Trash, bro. Udit Chaudhary. My bad, मैंने देखा नहीं. But trash. This game costs your sanity, bro. It's not free.
Keep up. Right here.
Flashbang.
Wall set.
Here.
Blinding crack. Spike down. Retrieving B. flash.
No peeking.
Rip and tear. Thorns are live. Launching thorns. Thorns are live. Blinding crack.
Drop in a smoke.
Retrieving flash. $30 left. One enemy remaining. Flash placed. Blinding. Good hit. Those were your last words?
Find the weakest link. Kick him in the shin.
Next map is...
Now we wait. Retrieving wall.
I won't lose you all again.
Right here. Right here.
Placing wall trap. Launching thorns. Rip and tear. Flash placed. Not ready yet. Wall tripped. Thorns activated. Blinding prep. What? Not ready yet. Spike down mid.
Going B, going B.
$30 left. Spike planted. Blinding prep. Not ready yet. One enemy remaining.
Right here.
Flash.
Drop in a smoke.
My ultimate's ready.
Bouncing vacuum deactivated.
Flashing. Not ready yet.
Reloading.
I feel no empathy for them. What does that say about me? Don't answer. It was rhetorical.
Need a drop. I don't quit.
Placing wall trap.
Pathetic.
Rip and tear. Flash play.
Still in sight. Cutting their vision. One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted.
Reloading. Enemy spotted A. You? Outrun me? My ult's ready. Wind, show me where to go.
Launching thorns. Launching thorns.
You play from arts, huh?
The hunt begins.
All set.
वो A पे ही आ रहे हैं mostly.
You should run.
मैं ult कर दूँगा, मैं ult कर दूँगा.
You had your fun. My turn.
हाँ, let them, let them.
Multiple top flash.
Deficient.
Reloading.
Blinding trap. Blinding. Not ready yet. Good hit. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. No. Not while I'm here. Flashing.
Their lives are so meaningless. What will give?
Could have a draw. Thank you. Could have a draw.
I need a weapon. Thank you. Rip and tear. Let's kill. Rip and tear. Blinding trap. Wall set.
Multiple enemies B. Be faster. Here. Gun here. Enemy spotted B.
Bro, die to a classic.
Spike down A. Retrieving flash.
Wait for me.
My ult is ready.
Nice one.
Last player standing.
Pushed out here.
30 seconds left.
Flowers.
One enemy remaining.
Flowers. Nice try, man. You got this.
Ability, dedication, time. That's all we need.
Let's exchange the phantoms, bro. Clo, give me the default one here.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Now we wait. Launching thorns. Rip and tear.
Let's fly.
Flash place.
I'm just holding B. You guys care. Clove and mid care कर लेना दोनों KO and Clove. This shit had died already.
Wall. Drones are alive. Blinding. Good hit.
I'm low. Flash cycles in 10, 7.
One enemy remaining. Not ready
Nice
yet.
one.
Flashing.
If I power down, restart me. You leave me for scrap, I'll kill you.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Now we wait. Rip and tear. Launching thorn. Flash placed.
Q, just fall back, Q. Just fall back. Come back. I'll cover you, wait.
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
My bad. I was a bit late.
One downside to immortal. I can't play dead.
Yeah, you can. बड़ा चूतिया देखा हुआ है.
Rip and tear.
Clove is a good player. Duelist ही चूतिया आता है तभी मेरे को support खेलने का मन नहीं होता बेंचो.
Blinding prep.
देख अभी भागेगा ये भड़वा. पहले dash out. गांड फट.
Thorns are alive. Retrieving flash.
गलत चीज.
You should run. Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A.
Closing timeout.
Bring me the arsenal! Diffuse the spike. Drop in a smoke.
Nowhere to run. Ready yet. Good hit. One enemy remaining. The last player standing.
Activating kill mode. That's a joke. Kill mode is
I can set up A once again if you need.
Flash place.
Do the choke. I'll do the choke wall. Yeah.
We are ready for them.
Placing wall traps. Hunting thorns. No more thorns. Blinding.
Rodin got 9. I got suppressed.
Spike planted.
target dead.
Last player standing.
My turn.
Nice try, bro. Nice try.
Match point.
Come here. Let's go. I got things to do. drop.
Place my flashlight.
Blinding prepped.
I don't know why he didn't got blind.
There.
Oh.
I have extra money if anyone needs. Need a drop. Thanks.
Check your posture. Launching thorns. Placing wall trap. Wall trip. Rip and tear. Thorns activated.
Just play along my flash now. Either a flash
There.
now.
Go away.
Sentinel dead.
Retrieving flash.
Nice one.
I need help.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm coming.
I need help.
Grouping up with KO. Come.
Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Nice one. Clo got. Oh, Clo, you're amazing.
Blinding prepped. Not ready yet.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Snack time! Sorry. Only brought enough for me.
Now we wait.
Come on then!
Need to move my wall.
Where are we going? Wait. I'll set up a wall for.
Wall set. Launching thorns. Thorns activated.
Blocking sight.
Flash placed. Not ready yet. Rip and tear. Thorns are live.
Spike down A.
Come back. Let them push.
Need danger. Enemy spotted.
Last player standing.
Flash placed. Not ready yet.
One enemy remaining.
My blind is dead.
No peeking.
Okay. I didn't saw him.
Switching sides. Match point.
They brought weapons made of metal to kill me. Ironic. Lighting prep.
Let's go.
Launching thorns.
They're doing fast.
Spike down mid.
Placing wall trap.
Nice one.
Careful.
Rip and tear.
One enemy remaining.
Drones are live.
Switching sides. Overtime.
You know, I could just outlast them.
We can go B. B will be a easy hit, but पता नहीं क्या.
Now we win.
Enter होए तो 9 से. हाँ मेडी contest करो. Clo, आपका ult जरूरी है, तो आप रोको ना.
Still in sight. I got the spike. Cutting their vision.
Flash placed. Not ready yet.
Reloading.
Rip and tear. Thorns activated.
Bye.
Launching thorn. Thorns activated.
My ult's ready. Plant the spike.
Dropping smokes.
Flash placed.
One enemy remaining.
I'm with you.
Spike planted. Right here.
Just care for my flash, हाँ वो team flash कर सकता है, मैंने वैसे किया हुआ है.
If you can't do something right. Blinding. Good hit.
Switching sides. Match point.
Attack when they're suppressed. Without their options, they make mistakes.
मिड पे बस मरना मत, अगर एक पिक मिले पीछे आ जाओ प्लीज. हाँ मिड सबसे क्रूशियल है पोल पे. Oh, Sen is playing amazing on. What the fuck, bro?
Launching thorns. Wall set. No charges. Blinding prep. Rip and tear. Retrieving flash.
No, not every time.
Please. Spike planted.
Flash placed. Not ready yet.
Deployed. One suppressed. Grenade out.
Last player standing.
One halls. Sova halls and KJ long. Nice one, कोई नहीं.
Switching sides.
नहीं होगा. ये दोनों है ना मादरचोद प्लेयर्स. होना तो नहीं चाहिए देखो, बट ये पता नहीं पुसी है ना ये दोनों ड्यूलिस्ट. देन डोंट नो. हाँ नहीं हुआ. थैंक्स टू गॉड.
Overtime.
We get a pick if we move in. Got it?
Now we wait.
बार मिड जाएंगे नहीं होगा इस बार. एक
Retrieving
साइड
wall.
पुश करना पड़ेगा. You should hit B. और आप थोड़ा और फार्म करो तो क्या है, अगर आप और
No
फार्म
more
करोगे एक
fix.
किल
Now we
मिलेगा ना
wait.
तो your ult will be there, तो 6 man ऑलरेडी हो जाएंगे.
No peeking.
Cutting their vision.
Launching thorns.
Reloading.
Thorns are live.
Flash trap destroyed.
Backstab आया. Just play here, huh?
There.
Play here, play here.
Planted. Flash.
Rip and tear. Thorns are live. Last player standing.
38. दोनों उधर है, दोनों उधर है. Nice try. Nice try, nice try.
The hunt begins.
Switching sides. Match point.
मैं अटैक में हारता हूँ. अटैक में मेरे को नहीं समझ में आता वाइस कैसे खेलना है. साइफर के साथ बहुत अच्छा खेल सकता हूँ, बट ठीक है. I have to learn.
Placing wall trap. Plunging thorns. Rip and tear.
The B. Okay.
Enemy spotted B. Blinding trap. Reloading. Flashing. Good hit. Reloading. Last trap destroyed. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Were they born yesterday or something?
Flash.
Switching sides.
No rest required. Ready for redeployment.
चूतियों खेलना सीख लो, ड्यूलिश लेके मैच उड़ाते हो. एक RR मिला था, fuck. एक RR. फर्स्ट ब्लड मेरे को निकालना चाहिए था, बट ठीक है. Okay, we'll watch this.
So you have pull as well as the salvos to have to deal with, but
Sounds a little bit different. Bit easier to follow the sound cues, just stunt the hits before they even come in.
yeah, honestly, a lot of the time you're not even in a good spot when you plant on this map. You've taken so much damage into the sites. So look, Zekken is on A with all of that Vice util, and Zellsis is playing on the other side of the map so that the KO ult from Jonah P can't catch him.
Prime something there with the salvos held onto the appropriate angle, saturated into the corner.
He was expecting a flash.
Yeah, he was. Turned to the side, almost expecting it, as you said, pre-anticipated, and watching all the angles as well as that response from Sentinels dragged them out.
This is just
No.
unbelievably good from Jogamo to be able to pick up that second kill as well. A 5v3.
Smoke fading, re-exploration again. Called for. Bang has to take risks in this spot. It just doesn't clear the right corner. Whiffy a little bit, but Jogamo gets the job done. And this is all just with 50 seconds left to play with. G2 just...
Zellsis can take this in
there's so much time.
Real good shit.
G2 have been putting a serious focus on mid. Baiting out Zellsis' wall. It wasn't there this time. He'd thrown it over towards A. But I think G2 know that. They're going to be running an anti-KO setup, so mid's going to be weaker.
Can Zekken get it done? He has a lot of util to try and play with here, but already dashed back into the salvos. There's no safety whatsoever.
And Zellsis, he had a couple of 4Ks on
Save,
Pearl,
save,
but
save,
this
save.
in a 1v4 doesn't seem doable for him.
Hi, I am Clo.
The money's still going to be
Hello,
okay
Clo.
for Sentinels.
Well played, yaar.
But it gives G2 a much needed economic cushion, because last couple of rounds they've had like 1 or 2 players with a stinger, and they've been band-aid kind of
scrapping together
bits and bobs. Yeah.
Difficult decision to make for Zellsis. He has the money to buy for next, but you don't want to feed up the ult to G2 as well.
No, you absolutely don't. Jogamo could get another convergent path online. Second already. And Jonah, the threat of the null command was actually more important here than even using it.
Yeah.
Zellsis recognizes that there's a null command on the other side, so he changes up his Vice setup entirely. That leaves a gap in mid that they have to fill with bodies, and G2 just walk down mid and take the fight. So a great identification of how the game changes just based on threat.
The zone flash, I think, is what he was trying to avoid.
Was it really?
I'm not too sure. Don't know what happened to it. Something exploded last
मेरी टीम का तो वो बता भाई अगर तुम मेरी टीम का तो बड़ा चूतिया प्लेयर है
now. G2, their attack side is looking mighty better.
Yeah, a much slower approach, less execute heavy, but really working well. Zellsis goes back to the same mid wall and he's playing on site with his util. So if Jonah P pops some kind of fast B hit, Zellsis will not have access to any of this. But I think if it was going to happen, it would have been the previous round.
बेचारा अर्नव भाई उसको भाई के चक्कर में सोना पड़ेगा बाकी अभी मस्त watch party and game पूरा होता.
Trying through mid again. Make sure you clear all the angles. Second, it's been playing up close sometimes in through mid. That's back with a conversion pass. No risk to be taken this time though. Just trigger the wall and get back again. But Sen look like they're gearing up potentially to refind this one once more. Salvo's here. Onto the one side and the other. He's going to be used in response there with a saturate. You can see it pushes back. Zekken, barely alive, just has to updraft and scuttle himself away, but he's dropped down to low HP.
Jorg looking for a timing.
And here's a fight to be had.
Nice!
Narrate.
Marshall, nice.
Realizing it, there was a gap there. He's making sure to control that space up through it.
And Zekken backed off to lane instead of B main. Remember last time he got caught in B main on the B split.
pinch करने की try कर रहे हैं Marshall और
एक slow siege indeed by G2, still waiting for that util and the knife does rain down.
If Jonah uses his ult,
oh, the
Marshall
is preparing, but
now use suppression across the board.
This is good, huh?
How do you battle your way out this one for Sen? There's a timing to be taken through the
position
smoke.
for Sentinels.
The Zellsis there do it. The side players, they need
Zekken
to have supportive util.
Okay,
Will do they Zekken just the one. Instant with the trade again, G2.
Narrate भी गया.
Across the site, but
देख
control into it. Time is of the essence. They need to get this plan down and needs to be held. And a 3v3, definite chances, and Sen looking to take it now. Can increase the tempo with that no command up forwards as well. Jump spot gets the acknowledgement. All these players have a bang is just holding his ground. Util into his hands. Snappy
got one.
from Zellsis.
Okay, he's blind. Jonah is blind.
Up towards lane and a swing from behind. Very drilled by Sentinels.
Position भले थी, but
now that is a lovely retake from Sen.
Like इधर ये लोग तीन बंदे, इधर एक बंदा. Narrate ने उसको आधा pinch कर दिया था. इधर दोनों एक side मतलब दोनों side पे थे. Zellsis and Zekken. So it was a bit hard for them कि वो आ पाए उधर.
And so he saves it and can use it for a much better opportunity onto the site. Combos it with that KO flash.
Okay.
And blinds up Jonah P at the same time as all of Sen move forward as a pack.
मेरे को ऐसा feel हो रहा है उस बंदे ने कुछ लिखा हुआ है and I'm not being able to read it because मेरा वो बहुत अच्छा है.
Really well. Yeah. They're moving together as one unit, as a hive mind. And that's a big adjustment from how G2 were previously playing. But Sen sticking to what they're great at. Leaf is coming into this one with only a sheriff.
Delay with the paranoia. Wall in your face, and a flash in the face of Zekken. Took him all the way in.
Zekken,
ripped his way back. Okay, refract.
Realizing that the Vice Wall was here in B main. I don't think he actually realized that he was about to die from logs. Gets a little lucky. But now that they've triggered out that wall, they know
इन्होंने 3-2 का split रख रखा है जिसमें mid खाली है.
Bodies in mid, right? Because the wall isn't there.
Absolutely. They're gearing up to try and get control of B main again.
Trent को इधर छोड़ा है इन्होंने नहीं. Trent और Valen इधर है.
G2 are gonna try to. Oh, hello.
They heard it.
Yeah. So Trent wants to re-clear this area. Push back. Zekken.
Yeah, really threaten the rest of the map if
वो
they
पूरा A hit कर रहे देखो Trent ने और Valen मिलके Trent का trade अगर Trent वो push out कर ले Trent को trade लेने के लिए but very good decision.
He doesn't have refract but he still can close the gap and do a lot of
but
damage.
But see Sentinels is still on the heavy side क्योंकि Teo है, KO है and Omen है और Omen बहुत अच्छा jiggle पे खेल रहा है.
Turns his back for a moment as a backstab on catwalk.
Already laying down the smoke.
Omen smoke तो डाल पाया चल. अब Narrate देख Sentinels को pinch करने की कोशिश हुई है जिसमें slow हो गया. Narrate slow हो गया.
Slowing it down to a crawl double dash up and over towards the side. Safety
tough
there.
for Bang.
Got enough time for it and even
got time.
that one. The saturate
to the side. Ooh, Bang.
That's unbelievable!
Right, this is pure mechanics.
Just like that, scattered to the wind.
Nah, Bang
and
बहुत अच्छा
forced to do it all. Smokes in your face as well.
Marshall,
down on you.
Got it, Jordan. नहीं.
Umbrella's not going to be saving you much from that one.
Leave Marshall पे ध्यान है.
Very awkward spot indeed.
Okay.
ISO's one.
1v1's नहीं, 1v1's नहीं.
Expecting a second. Over towards the top. How the hell do you control that? You cannot.
भाई
So
Zekken
well
full
played in the
bully करता है
moment.
भाई Zekken
What
full bully
movement from
करता है
Zekken.
What the fuck was
For
that?
cleaning up from a spot where Bang gave them the advantage.
Yeah.
That was masterfully played by Bang. The paranoia
पहला
got
वो
onto
मिला
3
John Cutie
people,
का pick
throws down a
yeah.
smoke to play around,
Spray transfer
and gets the kill onto Jorgu. I mean, probably shouldn't be jumping in that spot, but to be honest, he's trying to jump to play in his teammate, who
I'm
just
getting
gets
buck
sprayed,
wild. I'm getting
transferred.
buck wild.
He is going wild. Nice round from
that
Sen,
was a crazy
because there were
movement.
2 players under immense pressure there. Narrate got ulted by
भाई
the
पता है
Waylay,
problem
and
is
he managed to back off into a corner
Sentinel
and avoid
knows
getting
a
punished.
perfect क्या
And they
बोलते हैं इनका
also
counter मालूम है
Bang
कि
on
कैसे
site.
करना है
He's been
Sentinel छोड़
so
देता है इसके लिए
good, Bang.
Ascent पे
He's
last
been
time भी
unreal.
इसके लिए उनका
I think
13 कितना 13
best smokes
11
player that we
हुआ
have
था
in
but
Americas, I would
the
say,
half
So
was
far, the way
I
that he's
guess
playing,
10
yeah,
to
almost kryptonite to the way that G2 are as well.
that was
And
crazy
think about the difference between these 2 smokes
And
players, right?
Leaf,
Valorant
on
has been
Guardian,
talking so
I'm
much. He's
scared.
been so open and
But
vulnerable
the
in
thing
terms
is,
of discussing
defense
after
is बार
Bangkok,
पहले
the
Sentinels
journey
का
mentally that he's been on, trying to figure out what he could do individually
Now
to improve.
Sentinels
and then
will be on
realizing
attack or
actually it's not
Sentinels का
about him
attack
as an individual. It's
is
about him as a
kinda
leader,
shaky.
as an IGL.
अगर Ascent
To
G2
help the
जीत गए
rest
तो
of his team
G2 का
improve.
कप है
Now,
ये
Bang
अगर नहीं
doesn't
तो
have any
Icebox
of
I
that.
feel like
Bang
कि
doesn't have to worry about leading
Sentinels
the
का
team
थोड़ा
and
powerful
being the
है
caller. He can just focus on playing the best
because of
individually he
Omen
possibly can.
क्योंकि
game.
Gecko
He's
is not so
playing
good and Omen is
incredibly.
better
You can feel the, I think there's pressure for G2 here. This is, I believe, both timeouts expended at this point.
But again, if you zoom out,
वो
this is
बंदा
still a
गांड का
good
दम लगा के
attack
बोला
half.
Exactly. The point
So
being
sad.
that so much emphasis placed on the attack side. G2 feel like they don't need help with their defense. If they can get an extra round here or there, it's going to make all the difference for them. Already a better look compared to when they last clashed on this map. Second forwards again. Was doing this earlier in the half. Might be waiting for a bit of util as well for the setup, but John QT is on towards Cat.
Nice!
Jorgen must be dealt with. Dash back again. Flash forward straight from Cat just in case there is that follow-up and that pressure, but Zekken is not out of the woods just yet. Thrown out towards into the bottom. Do they expect Zekken to be dashed into this angle? Looks like it. Hard clearance by Jonah P.
Yes,
And yeah,
ah, nice
Good
trade,
trade though,
Marshall.
through the smoke from Narrate. Just working off minimap to be able to get that.
couple of bullets. Does the job effectively enough. Zellsis now on his turn. to
Nice.
step right up to
Zellsis,
it. But again, that
Marshall.
spam.
Nice.
Smoke's going to be fading in the end. Narrate.
Fucking clean Marshall.
Great round.
Brilliance from Sentinels. They're using the wall as bait in mid. The wall isn't even there, by the way, but because it has been in so many of the previous rounds, G2 are conditioned to walk down mid and try to get rid of that Vice wall as part of their default. And first they meet Zekken inside the smoke, then Narrate is there spamming to, and Zellsis also playing from market.
My soldier ran in there blind. I mean, someone has to.
Someone asked, yeah.
So now massive ultimates for both teams to close out in round 12.
It could be a good 8-4 half. Zekken once again.
Deep position, same smoke down.
Oh, hell.
Shot. Right to the noggin.
They're aware of the danger.
Smash over the top of the no command. Okay, you're going to be taking contact first here with the drone. Ah, this time.
This time he
There's no
expected
escape.
it.
Suppressed up. There is no dash out to safety. Zekken finally taken out. TP into the back. The reinforcements arriving over towards B, or are they?
7-5 will be also good, but still. Zekken gaya. We got Narrate and Bang.
Down and now speeding up over towards A, but the Armageddon.
Oh.
Safety net granted here for
They
Sentinels.
read it like a
But these
book,
B
huh?
players can't really rotate over towards A.
Still guarded.
Koi nahi.
Touching over towards the side here, but this is all just fake pressure once more to saturate. Oh my, light speed. And he's out of there. Bit of a squeeze being placed now up towards tree and just a shorty into your hands. But bang, you got your weapon back in the flash.
Wow.
It's impeccable. In and out round to the side. Jorgamo with the movement, but bang! Cannot be denied. It's time. In the sun, it's already that 2v2 in the game. The time right from behind is taken. Bullet to the back there, execution star from Leaf, and it brings it just down to Zellsis to see what he can do in this spot. Steel Garden, even better.
Dono gaye hue.
Leaf going to be backing away now, doubled up. Discipline to be played for these G2 players. Wrapping around all the way as well, not...
He's just baiting.
Anticipating, yeah, it is just bait. Trying to pull this one out all the way. Now they know he's not on it. Very difficult task indeed for Zellsis. So 7-5. Where we stand here on Ascent G2. As we already said, listen, they are 2 rounds down, but the attack side is where they were really struggling.
Bhai, mera
And I
can
think
hi mein
overall,
atak ja raha hai.
They've got to be really happy with this. A much slower approach to Ascent. after having lost in dominating fashion to Sentinels
Bang
just
played
recently,
really well,
they've made the right adjustments on their attack half. And they're at the precipice, to be honest. If they play their defense well, the trophy could be theirs.
We're going to send it down to the stage. Riv is standing by with Cloud9's Immy and 100 Thieves EU.
Yes, I am down here for a little bit of halftime fun with these two to figure out what they're feeling about the game. How are things looking? How you feeling? Are you happy with the results so far? Obviously, we know the results. You're not feeling too good. You just said it to me, but how about this game?
Yeah, I mean, I would have rather won, but the game's looking good so far. Hoping for a close game between the two, but I don't want to root for either team for the sake of Bang's family and for the sake of Trent's family.
Okay.
I've been pretty unlucky recently, so I'm gonna keep out of it.
All right, who's impressing you so far, though? If you could be like, all right, yeah, they're frying.
Zekin's playing kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie.
All right, Zach is playing kind of crazy. We'll see if he can keep it going. Now, Emmy, I gotta ask you. Week 5 was a game against G2, the Icebox match. We're going to Icebox here if Sentinels win. What did you kind of identify about them, and what maybe will we see Sentinels have to do to take that match?
I mean, I think I said it. We were scared of them, but I think here, G2 just need to ante them well. If G2 ante their comp well, I think they'll take it.
All right, and what did you mean before by saying G2 wins the map before they basically get into servers? How do you combat that, or how do you just go against that power?
Teams just usually go in very scared. I don't think Sen have done that today. I think Sen have handled it really well. But most of the teams just go in, they're scared against G2, they give them the respect, they don't fight them. And that's why I'm gonna play it.
All right, awesome. Gentlemen, thank you for the info. I appreciate it muchly. We're going to throw it back to the casters and get this one underway. Take it away.
भाई पता है EU is such a good initiator लेकिन very bad under Luccio's IGLing. I feel
here
like
today, and it weren't the first time they played against them as well earlier on.
because that guy's 4K
No,
or
they've been very
8,
happy
I guess
today to
4K
be
था,
clear, to fight,
was phenomenal
to try
on
to
Pearl,
bring
on Fade
those
भाई.
engagements to G2, but the adjustments strategically that G2 have made here and how well they've played a
Like,
slower style of waveland
America's में IGL
might have set them up
okay
with an
जितने भी
opportunity to
team
win.
थे उसमें से Valen and
Back-to-back
John Cutie is
chances
the
at
best
this America's Trophy.
are
The
the best मैं
victors
बोल
at this
सकता हूँ
year's
क्योंकि
kickoff.
इन दोनों से better IGL तो कोई और
And
है
after a
नहीं.
tough,
भले
grueling
Boostio
road
champs
through the lower
जीता हुआ
bracket,
है
this would be their 4th win
but
in a
still
row.
Boostio is trash
If
भाई
they're
उसका
able
agent
to
उसको
convert
agents ही
on the
नहीं आते अब
defense side
जाके
of
सीख
Ascent.
रहा है वो
Be the sweetest of rewards
जब
for
गांड
this
मारना
G2 squad.
मारना
Job's not
चालू
finished
हो
yet,
गया
still
उसका
2 rounds down for Sentinels.
उसकी गांड मारने लग गया
Willing to
तो
give up
अब
so
सीख
easily.
रहा है.
And I think Sen, despite being up by 2, they'd love a pistol here. It would
Yeah.
mean everything to them.
Put him on the right foot forwards here, knife against the back. He's going to force that nade out nice and early. 4.
Dash used.
Okay.
Dash used in the first 20 seconds to disengage. So that makes it really tough to send 4 players through A main.
Might have spotted on the minimap, I'm not too sure. At least the suppression came through, so...
Yeah, they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, they caught him. And here it is, re-cleared core fort. Flash over towards the top, and salvos the rate. Does fantastically to even get one in that spot.
But again,
Good
take a
job.
look at Leaf. All the way behind here in spawn.
Bang, 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 bang.
This is a mad timing. He's got the read so well.
They're watching for top mid pressure, thinking that somebody could have looked all the way up. Did they spot that one?
I
Not
think
too
Bang,
sure.
yes, Bang saw him.
Yeah, it's pinged. Bang. Notifying the rest of his team. It's doubled up and held here now. Get a bit of a move on once more. Marathon sprint across the
पूरे
map.
दोनों
Well, you
दो
just know
बंदे
that B is
हिल गए.
undefended. If Leaf has pushed all the way out through B, then it's empty. These rotators for the defense are going to be trying to race you, and it's a fake. Sen ascending the footsteps in this direction while the spike goes back into A.
One
it's
step
all on
ahead.
Valen.
All on Valen indeed, and he's just caught that timing against it. Zekin was hard clearing onto the one side of things. It's caught out now. Reinforcements are going to be arriving. Desperate at that for G2, but time is of the essence again. 12 seconds. It's counting down into the round.
Nah,
Double
nice
face.
try, nice try.
Trent and Valen putting a stop to all of this here with only seconds remaining. There's no more chances now. It's run dry and shy, and all they have to do is live. Kills a consolation at this point. It's a pistol round win for G2.
That should allow G2 to close this gap.
पता है जब मिला था ना इनको
They're not the
तब है
type
उनको
of team
direct
that we
push कर
expect to
देना
go for
था
the force.
साथ में
They
मेरे
won some
हिसाब
important
से.
ecos earlier on. There's that little jiggle that just gave the game away on Leaf's lurk. But in the end, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
And it was Valen's decision not to overcommit. After Leaf died, he stayed on A just in case John QD was cooking up some kind of elaborate fake, and he was. So once more, Valen, with the slightest of better reads, ends up winning a massively crucial round.
There.
Creeping all the way up here from Sen. Nothing to really work with in this spot. Jorgamo's giving up control at least towards mid. Cloudburst dash forward. Market control in the name of the game here for Sentinels, at least hoping that they can pull some G2 players out, potentially get a pick off of it. Jorgamo, seen it, that's a no-scope. If I've ever seen one. Either that or too fast to register for my eyes at least, but Jonah P seals up potential weaknesses in their setup, and the walls really just delayed all of this here. Bang, still accurate as ever, classic in hand, but peppering them now with a bit of lead. The backside player of Leaf as well is going to be able to anchor this one nicely. Still mistimed. It was Utah by Jonah P to flash to try and help him out entirely. Spotting this one out, but running away with it. And yeah,
nice
here it is. Finally, flooding all the way back in for it. So G2.
It is good ki
now
ek outlaw,
7 to
ek
7.
single gayi, but still a gun drop was good.
Sen have got a massive uphill battle here.
Uh,
G2 won both pistols on Ascent and got 5 rounds total on their attack half. For how defense-sided this map is, it's going to be brutal. Sentinels need everything. They need the hero moments of earlier from Zekken, from Bang. Zellsis 4Ks from Pearl. The reads from John. Narrate to step up. They need everybody online. And they absolutely must win this round. Of all of the rounds that you get on the attack side, this anti-bonus is normally your best shot at generating some level of momentum. Zekken down mid, very early.
And he's going to be met. There's plenty of bodies ready to receive here on G2 side of things. Going for that refight as well. The paranoid sweeps past, but it was a window. Slightest of gaps the Zekken plays in, and he was not blinded up.
That's a bit of a gun diff as well, because Jorgamo does actually hit him for 140.
623 already?
Zekken survives. He's used his dash though, so he's not really going to be useful at breaking through these choke points. And going through the Bucky here can be utterly brutal.
We've seen some filthy things with this set.
Narrate doesn't have drone.
Airplane Bucky on a Sen. We've all seen the damage done, and that might just put a stop to what Sen were planning. They've called for a bit of a pause.
Zekken's deep down mid. Valen's fighting Bang. Smoke v smoke.
As it dissipates as well, there's timings and fights to be taken on either side here, and Zekken is still doing work once more. 10 HP doesn't matter. And Bang just slips his way all the way in. Turn of the head. Valen expecting it in a different direction here. The Sentinels are making moves now over towards B.
And it looks like they've managed to thread the needle and find that gap.
Good shit, bro. This was necessary though. Trent पूरा puzzle हो चुका है.
Bonkers 1v3s this stage.
Nah, but this is Sentinels.
But here he has no information about where the Sentinels players are. And Bang alone should checkmate him in this spot towards mid. And then you'd have to deal with Zellsis in B main and John on the site. Doesn't really seem doable. Especially not with a Bucky. I don't think that's the gun that you really want.
Looking for that one.
There we go.
Oh, bang, bang, bang,
sound
bang,
cue from the weapon dropping Bang immediately snaps round. So.
And it's actually important that you do not feed the kill into John QT. Because
Yeah.
he's 2 away from null command, and that could be Sentinel's ticket to winning this map.
What?
Okay. Expected by Trent apparently.
Ah, hell nah, bro.
It doesn't look like John's going to have an opportunity to farm up this ultimate.
Bro, इन पे वैसे
Do
भी
they play
eco
a slow
नहीं है.
round? Go for ult orbs. Feed him the plant. The problem is, if you feed him the plant and he gets ult, you've already got on site, so you've done the hard part already. Oh. Zekken does a great job in this round.
He does.
He perfectly plays the mid pressure. He knows that a retake's coming, puts himself in a safe spot, and then still manages to find a mid lurk for a second after being hit for 140.
Let's go G2.
Zellsis is not, Leaf is not using the wall for mid information. They're playing crossfires in mid instead.
It forces a couple of eyes of the G2 players at least to be watching that direction. The drone dodged and timing. Leaf is going to be making sure to shore that one up. Back through market. Reclaims for the salvage as well. It's a dangerous position to be in. Narrate, he's looking to at least make it a bit harder. Just the one before the damage is sent flying forwards and through. Leaf! Snappy. Just taps away, rips the head clean off, and even giving up that space. They heard the spike drop down, but they're willing to relocate anyway.
Leaf is so aggressive, so confident. He's the vice player. If he goes down in that spot, it's massive for Sen. But he's just, he believes in his own aim and his own read on the game so much.
Sometimes
A has been weak for G2. It's
ego,
only had these 2 players
ego is
defending
good.
it the entire time. And the net is starting to tighten. But Valin, Jonah, they still have a lot of util.
They space
off,
Lily.
and Bang goes down.
Yeah, he does indeed. G2 are getting so damn active as well, though, with that deep push out through B main. Missed the timing for the backstab onto the cat players, but G2 are happy to play a bit further back. 2v4. Played a numbers advantage. Have faith in the retake at this point.
I'm a little bit surprised they even want the door closed, because they've got to find a pick here before the retake comes through.
Door's going to be broken at the moment's notice. Down to red. Alarm bells ring.
Flanking.
Zekin in through main, but he's going to be pushed out into the open. This drone, he's got to expect it. With the position, the stun is a good connection. Trent, though, still doesn't open himself up. He wants to play this one with the salvos, and he lets his team do the damage. Still Zekin, one to the grave with him. But Leaf,
nice try.
all over the place. So damn active across the map, and still hitting shots like that.
Bro,
Leaf was the key player
players are too
in
good.
G2's victory over MIBR. He dominated, and he looks like he's doing it again here on Ascent. The scoreline's close, but our expectations are weighted by what teams have done before on this map and how difficult it is to get the job done on the attack.
They're going to call a timeout.
I mean, he's wrong with that read, but he's been right with everything else. Sen not going for the tack timeout just yet, but they're knocked down onto an eco. It would be a really normal time for Kaplan to hit the panic button. Are they unaware? I mean, yeah, slightly. They've been allowing some really heavy walkouts. G2 have been pushing out and re-clearing the map, pretty similar to when we started on Haven. If you think back all the way to map 1, G2 were just pushing out constantly through A lobby, through mid, through garage.
Excuse me.
And Leafs finding those same opportunities here on defense.
Just clearing up some of the confusion on the map. Through Leafs lurks, and also the drone up through mid, hoping that it might pull some players here. For Sen, they didn't really have much to work with. They got the knives earlier. We saw that. Zekin turns himself up to this blade storm now, and it could get explosive up towards the A side. Might put a lot of pressure onto Valin. Does have some support as well, though, from the two tree players, and here it comes. Flying forwards here with a paranoia. Just about dodged and avoided here, but Zekin's in, and the knives are taken away. Great blood attempt here from G2. Coming to the corner here, and a pop flash was anticipated. Valin tucked to the corner. One step ahead is G2, expecting the plays that Sen were trying to make, and zellsis.
He's just forced to scurry away, isn't he? 30 seconds left.
They
Love that 0 point from Jonah P.
My blind is dead.
Usually, the KOs are going to be throwing that kind of early on in the round. 20 seconds, two plays in A main, no chance. Jonah picks up the final one, but it's his 0 point, the knife that just takes away Zekin's blade storm, and with it, any opportunity for a clutch for Sentinels, if we're being honest. Zekin had to be the playmaker, and he just got put in an impossible spot. He's got a classic in his hand by the time the exec happens.
I'm gonna lie as well at this point, this is a very difficult ask for Sentinels. They're only down by 1 round, but the ultimates are being built up here on the G2 side. One away for some critical ones as well. Trent and Leaf to be getting theirs online.
They talk on Discord.
And an anti-KO setup here for G2. So if you do decide to run some kind of fast B pops, Leaf's going to keep all of his util online. And not moving the wall either, keeping the wall in mid. So you still have really good information unless it gets baited. They're pinging it. Zekin's running forwards to try to bait it.
Very potentially about a response from G2, but they are passive enough that there's nothing coming their way. Wall's going to be taken out, forces the drone out of G2 here, but it's these G2 players right here. Jorgamo under the threat here. Heat's going to be turned up out of the pan and into the fire! It's Sentinels. 2 quick ones earned as well up through heaven. You got to try and deny this purge that Leaf is sat upon. They do just that.
Nice early use of the ultimate. Completely caught those players on tree. And bang, he holds heaven.
All watched. Dominated. 9-9. Sentinels, that could have been a very dangerous round indeed. And with it, earning themselves up to a couple of big ultimates themselves.
That's a huge 1% to get on the board. You actually saw Jorgamo swap over to his shorty, because I think in his head he's probably anticipating the Visal coming through as well. And he's thinking, all right, I probably need to be swapping.
Jumped on Jonah, I kissed him on the lips.
Is it against the rules?
To stand up and kiss a player on the opposite side of the stage? Yeah, probably.
The NBA fans are wondering.
Yeah, they were. They were at some point.
But now that big null command removed from the attack side should make things slightly easier here for the defenders.
Saturate slows it down. They know where the drone's coming from. He's barely out of there. Zekken, he's still alive.
Q combo.
Bang. Forwards. Oh, he's blind as anything. Doesn't matter though.
He's been magnificent today, hasn't he, Bang? Just catching the perfect timings with the perfect off angle. And G2 react with Jorgen Leaf walking forwards, possibly straight into the arms of Zekken.
Yeah. Zekken has been able to backstab multiple times here, but Leaf is watching for it.
Oh, the Tejo ult.
Hold on, Armageddon's going to force these players forwards as well. That is a pick your poison situation. You are stunned up, and my goodness, what a way to deal with it.
Oh, that's immaculate from Trent.
It's a 2v3, turned on his head immediately. Zellsis, you have the ult to work with again, but look at this, the positioning of Leaf. He's already here. I think you can hear it. Rumble of somebody's footsteps, convergent pass, just to slow them all the way down. There is that uncertainty. Sentinel's trying to slow this one down and hope there's to be offered up a couple of picks here, but with the util out in the open, doesn't expect that.
No, it was
what a
such
turnaround
a good
in this round. After Bang pulls out a phenomenal 2K. And Narrate can hear a waylay fast behind.
Yeah, put in a squeeze now as a vice grip here. That's Thorns pathing. It's going to get predictable. You want to get the plan here, just taps, hoping that it just pull one of these players out wide. And Leaf is just smart. Too smart for these games as well. Doesn't really open himself up for it. Spamming, spraying away, but time is already going to be played. As long as Trent stays alive, it's going to be another one added to the tally.
They're so good at identifying what they need to do in these clutch situations.
Yeah.
Trent never at risk there of putting his body on the line so that Narrate could win the 1v3. Take a look at the replay here, though. It's a perfect off angle to stop a play like this, a 5v3. And then Leaf with his classic push out, and Trent with an immaculate 2K. I don't know how they get the perfect read that they're all in A main at that exact timing, but the combination of the ult and the stun, that's why he's a Tejo master.
That's a brutal one for Sentinels here. Immediate reaction with the timeout. You can see it. Well, Sentinels players' faces, they are feeling it potentially. This is a difficult spot to be in, even though they're one round down.
And they've actually been doing a decent job. We keep talking about the fact that it's going to be uphill.
9:30 AM onwards,
but Sen, they're kind of going 1-for-1 with these rounds.
Yeah.
5, 6.
Ever since G2 won the pistol, it's been
first batch
3-2. It hasn't been dominant for the defenders. They've been holding their own.
Okay.
But if they lose this next round, Sen are going to be on an eco.
I can use a
players swapping over, we can see, to light armor to try to soften the blow if they do lose this round. They're going to try to keep the economy going for as long as they possibly can. It's a game of endurance playing the attack side of Ascent. You're just trying to create as many opportunities as you can and see if some of them work.
Not just Ascent as well, it's best to find in general. These have been slow rounds being played. Maps that have been going deep. In part, both of these teams are taking chunks out of each other, but G2 holding the advantage in the series and in the map for now. Sentinels looking to counteract it. Always slow at the beginning between these two teams as well. They're just hoping that they can wait out a bit of the util. Knives thrown at the beginning.
Knife clears over towards Catwalk. Thrown into A main, and they push Jorgamo out of middle. So Sentinels using their utility to try to create safe avenues for them to split into sites. G2 look for a little bit of info, don't see too much. I would expect ults to be expended massively in this round because it's super important for both teams. If G2 win it, they're going to be feeling elated.
Yeah.
Like the trophy's already theirs.
Full sprint up through mid by Zekken, just hoping that the wall was there to potentially bait out, but now knows that it's not immediately sent.
And
A is weak.
And the hand with the flash. G2 are playing passively enough though that this is a chance for them. Jump spot, Jonah P.
What a hold.
Yeah, they're willing to give him that control as well. And that refight is called for with a paranoia, but up through mid now. Door in your face. The rate. You have the salvos to instantly break this one. You can pop out onto these players, but a Steel Garden is again going to be lying in wait here from Lee. He's going to be slowing down these players out towards the back of the side and dashing over. Jorgamo denies him at the doorstep. Saturate, potentially even better, but Zekken does put him in his place. All the way forwards now with only 15 seconds left. This is G2 jumping on the chance. Death by 1,000 cuts indeed. Sentinels between a rock and a hard place. There's no chasm to get this spike down safely, cleanly whatsoever.
Nice.
11 rounds now for G2.
Come on, yaar.
Only two more rounds needed before G2 hoist the trophy. Back-to-back winners in Americas after making 4 consecutive finals. We've never had even a repeat winner in Americas.
Hello.
And Sen have got a scrap together a bye.
G2 was 2 round 2.
It's pointless trying to let G2 get to 12 and hoping you can win 3
feel
attack
अगर
rounds of a set
Sentinels
in a
ये
row.
comeback कर गई तो Icebox
Even though the buy is going to be bad. A Stinger, a Guardian, a Bulldog, and a
ये
Dream
अगर
for
मैं
Sen.
वही बोल रहा हूँ अगर Sentinels 2 round
Somebody
निकाल
has
लिए
to
ना
make
ये
the play
और उसके बाद
to right the ship.
13-11 वापस कर दिया.
Otherwise, they, with double map ban, are going to fall short.
We saw plenty of hero plays when he Sentinels
वही मेरे को main वही issue आ रहा है कि वो हर player read कर रहे पता है G2
Oh, he's got stung. He's out of there, but he does.
Stuck हो गया
No dash available. No dash available. He needs to deny this. At least with the kills. Second, forced into a difficult spot. He wants to fight his way back out of it. But Jorgamo, right from behind.
No smoke over towards
Match
market.
point,
I think Second assumed that was being covered. Then
Bang
again,
got a good look, but Stinger.
Bang up towards Cart. Just with the movement as well, the refract in the back pocket. Jorgamo, tail end of the duration of that one. Still, he's alive. That means a player advantage for G2 to play around.
Narrate has been holding this ult for such a long time. Can he find some value out of it? They've got to turn a player disadvantage.
Otherwise, it's going to mean G2 up to 12 here. Up to series point in our grand finals. Push forwards, pop flash in. And this is it, Narrate. Just being swarmed and overwhelmed. G2!
GG's.
One step away.
G2 played really well, not gonna lie. G2 are the final boss.
3 chances,
So
3
कुछ
tournament
कह नहीं
points.
सकते.
They already won in kickoff.
But
It was a 5-map blender between these
Masters
two
Toronto
teams.
के लिए
And Sentinels
नया
beat them
patch
for the
होने
first
वाला है.
time in
नए patch
VCT
में
recently in the upper
Teo
bracket
is not gonna
semi-finals here.
be in meta क्योंकि Teo nerf हो रहा है अभी तो
But now
G2 का
G2
थोड़ा
can
left right
feel it.
हो सकता है. अभी सोवा
They
फेड
want
पे
to
आना
establish
पड़ेगा.
a year of dominance
Trent is
here.
good on Sova
Just a
and Fade,
week
but
ago, they
भाई
were thinking whether or
Teo
not
तो
they'd
उसका
even
impact बहुत
qualify
अच्छा
for
था.
Toronto. And now they've got 3 opportunities to lift the Americas trophy again and come in, skipping the Swiss stage in a
I think
phenomenal spot for
Narrate
Toronto.
से इसको ले लेना था Stinger.
Carving themselves into the history books of Americas, at least domestically. To be one of the first teams to get their back-to-back. It's up to Zekin to try and put a stop to that. These dreams and hopes of G2 themselves, but already dashing forward. This guy has to be the tip of the spear, but he's just being isolated still. They deal with Leaf. Armageddon in through the back. Finds a bit of time and a bit of space as well, but they have to deal with Trent, and it's a stun against the back wall. He's penned himself in. Skipping and hopping all the way through was Zekin. Isolates it, finds that fight in DG2. Just relentless. Making a move on now, still with that player disadvantage. Jorgamodo cleans it up onto the side. It's all down to him into this spot. Sentinels earn themselves that breathing room.
When you're watching through Zekin's eyes, it looks chaotic. He's been tangled up by Leaf's setups in a couple of these rounds now, and yet the value provided from that Tejo ultimate completely isolated Trent, and he did whiff on the stun. He's almost stunned himself. A little bit of nerves in the final moment, and brick by brick, track by track, the Zen train at the moment keeps chugging.
It is still
but 2 more
hard
opportunities for G2.
G2 has a good buy.
On a massively
और अब
favoured
ults
half, and
नहीं
they're
है.
taking attack.
अब ults नहीं है.
I mean, if Kaplan doesn't take it now, he might not have a chance to even talk to the team. Everything has to be perfect. Or at least the outcome has to be perfect.
Yeah.
Actually, the way the Sentinels got that round was a little scrappy, but it got the job done, and that is what matters. They've run out of ultimates, though. Narrate was holding that Tejo ult in his back pocket for so long. And Kaplan, he's actually not so much giving the info here as just giving his team time and space, it seems to fill something out. It's John that you can see calling out a couple of ideas, some adjustments.
Just those 2 rounds that stand for Sentinels. Every
दो round
single
निकल
round
गए
that
ना.
they've been able to
It
earn
might be a
on this
comeback
attack side.
time for Sentinels. और Sentinels
It's
जीत
been
सकती है.
torturous, man.
But
It's
2
been
round
absolutely
निकालना बहुत
torturous if you
मुश्किल
take
है.
a look at the timeline.
G2 super
Only
good at
3
their
so
info.
far
भाई Stingers लेके
on
आते.
this attack
G2
side
is
round, and now they have
worse
to
on
do
their rifle
2
round and very
back-to-back.
good at their Stingers round. I don't know why.
bring this one all the way to OT to stand a chance as well, to not go out, just to even get a chance of competing in that 5th and final map.
So much of Sentinel's conditioning recently in the last few rounds has been around B and B splitting. Leaf adjusting the setup slightly, but gets caught by the suppress. But Sen are messing with their heads. Instead of going for the B split, they're making it feel like one and getting ready to pounce on A. But G2
Jonah is on Stinger.
They posted up Jogamo with Trent to clear out this angle. The drone goes deep, and Leaf can start leaning A.
Joe could take a peek here if he wanted to, at least with the refract, but not choosing to. Sen are quite open as well to that push, the potential of it at least, in through mid, just holding for now.
And G2 look like they're playing A for retake. I mean, they want to use, by the look of it, Trent and Jorgamo's ultimate to close this out. zellsis.
Tricky wall to try and at least break down. Spam coming his way on top of it. Eventually, removes it. One obstacle dealt with, but Sen have got plenty more waiting for them on the other side of the A side here. A lot of util expended.
But again, I think it's going to be a retake. We're looking towards Trent and Jorgamo and how much value they get out of the ults.
Huge ults.
Sen are controlling Catwalk and Tree. They're not closing the door and locking themselves in on site.
Because they know they have to fight forwards here. As soon as the ults are used, find a timing, a window of opportunity here against G2, and here it is. First ult going to be sent out. John QT already catching it. Conversion pass second. He's isolated on a bloody island. Slow to a crawl, but he still gets the one. Sentinels, can they do it? Pull it back from the brink, but again, they're isolated, cut out of the sight, divided away from it, and spammed, and stuck away. Sen, dropping like flies. And for G2, in all eyes, into the hands of Trent. And he delivers them that back-to-back trophy!
An outrageous way for the map to finish. Much improved over the last time that they played Ascent. And this team, like I said only a week ago, were grueling through the lower bracket. Against 100 Thieves in OT on the final map, against an EG team that looked like they had the momentum. These players didn't even know whether they'd be in this spot. Didn't know whether they'd even qualify in 3rd place. Never mind 1st place. They make history today. And Ender had talked about it again a week ago. There are only a few games that set your legacy in Valorant. And they managed to avoid elimination in the lower bracket and cement that legacy again today.
G2 making history, and here it is. Your Stage 1 2025 America's Champions, G2.
Doing what everybody expected of them, but started to doubt. This team has been dominant throughout the whole of this year domestically in Americas, and just started to slip up in recent weeks. But they fixed it at the perfect moment. The input from Josh, the reflection from Valin, the individual brilliance coming out from people like Trent, Leaf, and fixing the errors that they'd made on maps like Ascent, for example. Poetic the way that they finish.
Absolutely. Grueling is what they'd probably describe their path to even get here. And each player getting their time in the sun.
An awesome moment as well, you've got to imagine, for Jonah P, who's going to be probably the sole Canadian heading towards Masters Toronto, and with a trophy in the back pocket as well, waiting to see which teams are going to escape from the Swiss stage to march into the blender that is G2, because they get that opportunity to look at the rest of the squads, figure out the meta potentially too.
Absolutely.
Trent will have time to revamp if he wants to move away from the Teo.
Well, with all that being said, we're going to send it down to Riv on the stage with our America's Stage 1 champions. Take it away for the Verizon post-match interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for your back-to-back kickoff and Stage 1 champions, G2! Amazing, amazing. Jonah, it feels right to start with you. I'm glad you're on this side. You get to go home. What are you excited to show everybody when you get back to Canada and get into the game?
Just the amazing culture there. Everyone's super friendly and nice. And, you know, playoff hockey in Toronto right now. So hopefully Toronto makes it to the second round, and I'm going to take them to the game.
Heck yeah, that's actually my little question for you. What should they be looking for? What do they look to do when they're out there? What should we be having fun with?
Honestly, you can do anything. Everyone's super polite, you know. You just got to be polite yourself, and everyone will respect you. And, you know, it's just a nice vibe there.
All right, be polite, eh? All right, man. Good. GG's, great game, and good luck in Toronto. Valen, we got to touch on the fact that you were pretty hard on yourself at the end, saying I wasn't being the leader I wanted to be. What was that for you?
I think I was focusing too much on myself, and I should be focusing on the little details for the team. I want to make sure all guys around me succeed, and me winning these last couple games and getting into Masters Toronto was credit to Josh for kind of opening my eyes on that. He said, Jake, you're being too self-centered. You're being too self-focused right now. You got to reopen your mind to the team. You want to win games. You want to be the best IGL in the world. You got to lead the 4 people around you to do so. And I kind of remembered that, dialed it back a little bit, and I'm back. So let's go.
Awesome, that's what I'm talking about. Were you the IGL you wanted to be today?
Yeah, I was the IGL I wanted to be today. Back-to-back champions. Couldn't have done it without my team. I love these guys. Let's go to Toronto and win that shit too.
Awesome. Congratulations, my man. Congratulations. The hype is screaming up here on stage. Leaf, we've talked about it before, and coaches past and present have talked about, you know, the flexibility in your play, how much you study the game. What allows you with this squad to bring that info to the team? We're hearing you talk a lot and hype people up. What is it about all that study that you bring?
I think everybody is also individually very smart, and they just have we have a lot of belief in everybody. You know, if somebody says something, we try to do it, and even if it doesn't work out, you know, we go next. And I think that every single team that we play against, you know, we know what to expect for the most part. You know, there's some curveballs that hit here and there, but I think that we are just one of the most prepared teams in the world.
Awesome. Best of luck. We just moved to Toronto. Trent, you have been a major core of this team since the beginning. Did you think that these would be the results, that this would be the stack as you guys started to get on that dynasty train?
Yeah, I mean, just look at the guys around us. So, I mean, it's honestly surreal. Like, having all these guys around me, they're honestly the best in the world, and I just think we're going to keep this going.
All right, man. Thanks so much. Best of luck in Toronto to you. Jog, when you came on this team, you said, I want to bring a trophy to the squad. Now you have 2. Why did it mean so much to you, and what does it mean to be able to get another one for the squad?
I mean, these guys came from Ascension except for Nate. So getting that first step of Ascension trophy, that was the first step, right, for them.
Right on.
Me coming in, getting the kickoff trophy with them, another step. We were so close to Bangkok, unlucky, right, whatever. But, I mean, this is the start for everything right here, right? This split right here is going to solidify the rest of our season, so yeah.
All right, awesome. Very cool stuff. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck in Toronto. Josh, usually here I ask you kind of to talk about the guys, but I actually wanted to talk to the guys. Tell them why they've been so great. What are you feeling about it, and how happy are you for them today?
Honestly, I'm just happy that you listen to me. I mean, that's all it is. I mean, I'm just a slightly older guy just telling slightly younger guys how to play this game, and, you know, I was pretty bad when I played, so it's just like, yo, try to do these things, and like, I know I can't, but, you know, but they believe in the bigger vision. They know that the team play is like paramount, and that's how we like destroy teams. But like, I just want to cap off at the end. Big thanks to my coaching staff. Like, they're not here. Anders and Shaq, they've been so pivotal in these like back-to-back games, and like getting the analysis done, and like we work overnight preparing the boys. So really big thanks for those too.
I mean, with the bye, you guys still played some of the most rounds we've ever seen from you in a playoff. So congratulations, coach. Best of luck heading to Toronto. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for your back-to-back kickoff and stage 1 champions, G2 Esports! Don't go anywhere. We got more coming. We got the post-match, but right now we got the draw show for stage 2, so check it out.
With stage 1 in the books, we've got a sneak peek at the future of VCT Americas and what lies ahead when our teams return from Masters Toronto. On July 18th, the doors of the Riot Games Arena will open for the start of stage 2. And this one is a game changer, because we'll have all new groups. Alpha and Omega will be redrawn based on the final Stage 1 standings. In Stage 2, all 12 squads will battle for 5 straight weeks of single round-robin play, and the stakes are massive. The top 4 teams in each group will qualify for the Stage 2 playoffs, and the top 2 finishers in playoffs automatically punch their ticket for the year's most prestigious event, Champions Paris. Every match counts in Stage 2, because Americas has 2 additional slots for champs, and they go to the remaining top 2 teams on our championship points leaderboard. Points are up for grabs every single day of regular season competition,
मेरा mic
and
mute
will
था
also
इतनी
be
देर से,
awarded
fucking
to the top 4
कोई नहीं.
teams in playoffs. With new groups and new matchups in Stage 2, any team can
W
make a
streamer
run and
तो है.
qualify for Champions Paris. But only one will lift the trophy
W
and go
streamer.
down in history as the region's best.
Bhai,
Who
G2
will
is very
rise
good.
to the occasion and
Not
become
gonna lie.
VCT America's champion?
कोई नहीं, कोई
Tune
नहीं.
in to find out.
अगली बार ध्यान रखूंगा
Next
मैं mic
chapter of
mute
VCT
and mute
Americas
का.
starts July 18th. And you can see the drama unfold live and in person at the Riot
Hoo,
Games
hoo, hoo.
Arena. Tickets go on sale after Masters Toronto. We'll see you there. Follow us on X, Instagram, and TikTok at Valley Sports NA
Bro,
for all the latest
G2
news,
played
exclusive
really
video content, and more.
6:52 हुआ है देख. 9:30 मतलब 9 o'clock तक निकलने वाले हैं हम. ओह अथर्व उठाओ कहाँ पे? उठ गया होगा अथर्व.
Welcome to the Stage 2 draw show. Now, half of our
$7
teams are going to be switching groups following Masters Toronto, and it's time to find out who is making the move. Now, I'm going to be assisting Nick Weatherlow here from the Comp Ops team. Guys, give it up for Nick if you don't mind.
अरे ये बंदा वापस.
I told him I was going to do that and embarrass him. Totally worth it. Now, of course, let's go over the rules real fast and how this draw works. Now, using the final Stage 1 group standings, teams will be paired up based on their final placement. So you got Alpha 1 and Omega 1, Omega 2, Alpha 2, so on and so forth, right? We have 3 bowls here, and inside of those bowls is number 1 and 2 teams, number 3 and 4 teams, number 5 and 6 teams respectively. And it sounds a lot more complicated, but trust me when you see it, it's going to be pretty easy. We're going to be drawing teams from each bowl, and those are going to be the ones that will be switching groups. So in the end, half of the teams will have swapped. That is important to keep in mind because we did this test, and oh my god, the results could be crazy. So, Nick, let's do this, Papa. Pool number 1, what we got?
They only have 2 chances to close this out.
Oh
this one,
boy.
Well, it's
so
not
now
quite their best
this is
opportunity with Boo tagged up or
going to be,
down by the Nightfall.
and remember we swap the teams around. We swap them around, and it is G2 and Crew. So now G2 goes to the Alpha group, and Crew goes to the Omega group. There you go. All right, Nick, let's hit him with the second one. Now remember, it's only halves, so we're only drawing 1 bowl from the bowls. Say that 5 times fast, I dare you. Okay, what we got here? Oh. See something, see something. Number 3 seed, 100 Thieves in Cloud 9. 100 Thieves now move across, and C9 are now Alpha Boys. There you go. Boom. That's crazy. Okay. Nick, want to do the honors for number 3? What do you guys think of the group so far? Yeah! Someone's excited. Oh, da-dun, da-dun, da-dun. It's the 6th seed, Loud and Furia are going to be swapping over. So there we go there. There we go there. And here are your groups for Stage 2. In the Alpha, you got G2, our champions of Stage 1, Sentinels, Cloud9, Evil Geniuses, 2G, who got, I think Spike's coming back, and Furia también. Oh my god, that is crazy. And then on the other side of the Omega group, you got Crew, MIBR, 100 Thieves, NRG, Leviathan, and Loud, folks.
Now
Guys,
I think
give it up for
NRG
Nick. Thank you so
gets
much.
a chance to
Appreciate
play
you.
in playoffs.
And now let's go ahead and bring up our players. We got EU, Oxy, Zellsis, and Valen. Come on up, boys. Come on up. Come on up.
All right. Yeah.
Guys, give it up for our players. Give it up for our players. Come on. Come on.
I think he did.
All right.
Hello. Discord पे कोई है?
Feeling good, feeling concerned, anything you're thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, it's looking good. We never really beat this team, like, ever, so this might be like an insta loss, but we'll see if we can beat the rest of the teams.
Hey, I respect the humility, man. It's awesome. Oxy, you're in the shark pit over here with the boys. This is going to be quite problematic. How you feeling about this?
He has nothing to worry about. C9 is regular season merchants, bro. He's got nothing to worry about.
Oh my god, I'm happy. This is gonna be great.
Zels is saying you guys are regular season merchants.
Facts.
Listen, we'll be back.
Understand that, yeah, they're
okay, all right, I appreciate that. All right,
Zellsis,
man. What you got here? You got G2 in your group with you. You guys just played an incredible series. You got C9, EG, 2G, and Furia. Crazy stuff there. Your thoughts?
I mean, the only team I'm worried about is G2. The rest are dog shit.
Oh, my blood pressure's rising. Good God. That was too much for me. This is a children's show, Zellsis. Come on. And Valen, okay, he said the only team he's worried about is you guys. How does that make you feel, man?
You think I'm worried about anybody? Back-to-back champs?
Back-to-back champs. Oh, my goodness gracious. Well,
What are we
guys,
talking
look,
about?
this is it. These are the groups, and we want to thank you all so much, not just for the work you put into the season, but for taking the time with us here today. Guys, give it up for our players one more time. Now, of course, we want to thank everyone for tuning in and watching Stage 1 throughout the season. We appreciate you so much. We want to thank you all for tuning in. Make sure you watch Masters Toronto June 7th, and then we'll be right back here, baby. Stage 2, July 18th. And, of course, that's going to do it for our show here today. We thank you so much for tuning in. Best piece of advice I can give you, go get a library card, read a book, treat someone with kindness, and I will see you guys soon. For now, enjoy your Samsung SSD Fast Replay. Bye-bye.
Bro, 1 month break damn. नहीं for real यार, 1 month का अभी break हो गया ना। फॉरेन तक वही 1 महीने के लिए फ्रेंड को ये सब की प्रैक्टिस हो जाएगी।
Can we record this and run it live? Add some protection in Cortesia. This should just be too many odds. That's 1 kill found.
Cortesia.
How? It's Cortesia.
It's over. Wrap it up. MIBR 2-0 over 100 Thieves.
Not playing nearly as much
did
KO
this.
breach.
You did this.
By the way, the timer stopped, guys.
How dare you?
Bang goes for another one. An ace on the board, all by himself here.
2 rifles
Ah,
in C9.
bang, 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 bang. Bro, this face.
And Sentinels will take.
हाँ. I hope you guys enjoyed 4 घंटे की stream में. What the fuck? ठीक है, अगर अच्छा लगा हो तो लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब सब ठोक दो यार. लाइक करो यार, 2 लाइक यू ब्रो. 19 लोगों ने देखा है. कम ऑन यार, कम ऑन. मैं चलता हूँ. उदित चौधरी भाई कौन है ये? मैं तो इनको जानता भी नहीं हूँ. होंगे, कोई तो होगा यार, कोई तो होगा. छोड़े. अच्छा नए लोग आ रहे हैं. That's a good thing. लाइक किया भाई ने. लव यू भाई. जिसने भी लाइक किया लव यू भाई. चलो मैं चलता हूँ. अब मेरे को भी कॉलेज निकलना होगा. आई गेस यस. मेरा मन था थोड़ा वैलो खेलने का. स्कल क्रशर. हेलो स्कल क्रशर, क्या हाल है? गुड स्ट्रीम आई गेस, बट ठीक है. वाज नॉट meant to be for sin, I guess. चलो I'll end the stream. अच्छा लगा तो गाइस वापस लाइक कर दो, शेयर भी करो यार. मैं ऐसी वॉच पार्टीज करता रहूँगा. अब अभी EMEA एंड ऑल है तो हाँ, EMEA हो गया, फिर पैसिफिक हो गया इसके लिए. ठीक है, बाय बाय.